start. Okay, we should be live. Let us know in chat if the audio is good. You unmute your mic.
Yeah, I'm on mute.
And you said you're unmuted?
Unmuted.
Okay. And,
Demuted?
if you can hear us, and if you can see everything okay.
Slackers.
And I think we should be going. Yeah, it looks like it is going. Okay, cool, nice. All right, so today we are overclocking the 3900X. We're gonna do, all right, they're saying good to see you, Commanzo in chat. So we're gonna be overclocking the 3900X, and we'll be going through it with step-by-step setup process as well. So you'll get to see like preparing the board, preparing the LN2 pot, all that stuff, all the way up to overclocking. And I'm joined for all this by Joe from Bearded Hardware. I say from, but you are.
I am.
Bearded Hardware.
I am. I are.
Yes.
Something like that.
Yes. So Joe's been on before. He does overclocking on his channel, stuff like that. Someone says there's fan noise in the background, but I'm pretty sure that's not avoidable. It shouldn't be that bad.
Fan noise.
Yeah. Andrew, is his on AC? Okay. All right. It's AC. What monitor is that? People always ask that. It's a Gigabyte monitor. I forget what it's called. It is the, what is it? Gigabyte AD27QD. People always ask because the LED's on the back of it. Okay.
Real Vikings don't wear tribals.
So this is I'm pretty sure they were probably like some of the first people who had tribals actually. Yeah. So we have a 5700 XT. Today we're just using an air-cooled card. We have one that's prepped for LN2. After the stream's over, I want to publish the video where Joe and I were doing a lot of preparation, and actually we undid it all, and we'll explain that in a moment. So we're going to be going through it again today. But I'll publish that at the end. You'll see the prep for the video card and some of the other stuff. Let me grab the card. Joe, you want to tell them about the board and CPU you've got pulled?
I got basically the X570 Godlike, the MSI Meg. It's one of the newer boards. I think it's what retails for about $700.
777.
777.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually a nice board. You get a bunch of cool accessories. I've done some stuff on my channel with it. It's a pretty cool board.
Someone says thanks for the serial number. That's literally the name of the monitor. Was it 80? I know the monitor names are terrible, but that's not a serial number. Yeah, so the Godlike's pretty good. It's supposed to be one of the best memory overclockers, right? That.
It works very well for a 4-DIMM board. It's
got some of the highest clocks for Ryzen so far.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure some 2-DIMM boards will outdo that, but this is the 5700 XT that we're working with, and we'll be working with this one tomorrow. So tomorrow we're doing CPU and GPU at the same time. Mm-hmm. It'll be the first time, I think it'll be the first time I've ever done that actually with LN2.
What, CPU and GPU?
Yeah, with 2 LN2 pots going. So that should be pretty fun.
I thought we did it. No, I guess we didn't.
No, I think it was always one. So I'll do that tomorrow. And it's already prepped. We just have the EK critical point on it, but we've added a Kingpin
GPU heater.
GPU heater, yeah.
They're called the Inferno.
Is it really? Is that what he called it?
Yeah, that's what they're called.
I mean, that's accurate. Do you want to?
It gets hot, yeah.
I'll let you explain what it does.
Well, basically, it works a lot like the other heater that he came out with. We have that one too, but
yeah.
But yeah, you just use a 6-pin, and it basically has it's a smart controller on there. It basically goes and keeps the whole GPU warm.
Yeah, it's got some resistors in it.
Yep.
And it helps keep the memory warm too, which is...
Yeah, basically the whole PCB stays warm. Otherwise, like if you've seen some of my streams where when I don't use it, like the whole card will ice up and basically freeze all over.
But so Joe...
This help combats it.
But Joe, isn't that the point of liquid nitrogen? To get it cold?
To get it cold?
Why are you heating it back up?
Who knows?
Not helpful. Yes, no. We've run into problems with memory freezing before when we did that first Kingpin stream, right?
Yeah, a lot of the cards just go to crap.
Yeah,
they
freeze.
Water, basically, memory really doesn't like cold. Well, at least a lot don't.
Yeah,
so,
you can't go.
What this does is it helps combat the other, helps combat it, and so you're able to clock longer, keep the card warmer.
And you can bring in GPU core a little lower in my experience with that card because, I don't know, when I brought core down too low, I think the memory was freezing. But we'll find out tomorrow, I guess, what the real issue is. So yeah, that's the basics of the setup. And when will we see 5 gigahertz? I see nothing but talk, talk, talk.
Isn't it a stream? Just saying.
Yes.
Slacker.
Why even say anything? Tater tots or XOC. I'm not going to read the rest.
I ate my tater tot power yesterday.
That's true. Yes. I don't know why that became such a meme, but it did. All right. So we're going to get started with setup in a minute. A couple super chats I'll go through. I'm going to read all these during the stream. We'll answer questions if you have any technical questions, stuff like that. Give us about a 30 to 60 minute delay depending on how crazy it gets, but we'll get them as fast as we can. And then we'll start with VC Jester. $5 said slacker in all caps and slacker. We all know Steve doesn't slack, so he's a baby slacker.
Baby slacker?
Baby slacker. Aaron Hollenbeck, $10. Good luck, Joe and Steve, with the overclock. Thank you. We'll need it, and we'll explain why in a moment, I guess.
Oh, yes.
Leviathan Prim, $2. Good to see you back. Sounds good, slackers. About the audio, thank you. Daniel Silva, $4.99. 5 giga.
5 giga?
That's what they said.
Giga? Hertz? No hertz?
Oh yeah, I guess that is what that is. All right, so let's. Do you want to explain the CPU situation? Do you want to show it?
Do you have to?
Patrick, did you take the CPU or is it in a bench?
Actually, I think it's on the desk. Yeah, so I had a little oops moment last night. So we pretty much had everything finished to go bench, and
is this the right one?
Yeah, that's the right one. Oh, I mean, can you look at it more and not decide? Like, I mean, watch out, you might get some blue paste on you.
Yes.
But yeah, so I was cleaning the CPU very thoroughly. And one thing you have to do is be careful with contact cleaner. This is CRC. Obviously, you've seen it on my channel many times. But yeah, so I was spraying it all nice and getting it clean, and it just shot out of my hand and hit concrete.
Yes. So you can't see it the best just because everything's so small, but there are...
You want to do the overhead light?
Several bent pins.
I might be able to.
It's that one.
That one.
Several bent pins, and then over here near that side, there's a couple bent pins. There's some missing pins as well.
Yeah. We were trying to using the magnifying glass and going through and trying it, but the pins were basically too destroyed. So it's all Steve's fault.
Nope.
He made me go outside, and yeah. So basically, gonna have a funeral today for this 3900X, 12 core. It's all my dead homies.
Yeah. So it's not just bent pins. We tried to. You spent a while unbending the pins, probably like 20 minutes.
Yeah, imagine like 3 o'clock in the morning unbending pins,
Yeah.
Debending
and also, so you got them pretty much all unbent, the ones that you could.
Yeah, there was a couple that just popped off. Yeah, they were like wiggly like this.
That's the biggest problem with PGA.
Yeah.
And then we did socket it and didn't work in your board. So we thought...
Yeah, we thought it was the chip at first, but we tried a couple other chips. Oh, then we tried my 3700X that Steve had dropped earlier in the day at the airport.
Yes.
So Steve then spent a bunch of time unbending pins on the 3700X.
But that one works.
Yes, that one.
That one I saved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that was actually in the
it was in the carrier.
It was in the carrier, which is actually kind of strange. So you have to be careful with AMD chips in general, I guess, because we dropped one in the plastic like carrier, and well, Steve did, and basically it bent a bunch of pins also on that one.
Yes.
So.
But yeah, that one survived. I guess then before the stream you dropped my transmitter. So it's just like...
It's been one of those weeks.
Yeah. No, it's been one of those like 24 hours.
Oh, yeah, it's pretty much 24 hours.
Yeah. Maybe
it wasn't enough tots.
So, okay, let's do this. 20 minutes? Oh, dude, come on, just use a razor blade. It takes 5 minutes max. Let me explain something to you. If you're so confident it will take 5 minutes to unbend this many pins.
Yeah, there was a lot.
Like, and when I say this many, I don't mean the ones that are bent on here. I mean, like, basically all of them.
Yeah.
on the corners. So if you can unbend, like, I don't even know.
I don't know. We should have a competition.
It's like, yeah.
Because it sure as hell doesn't take 5 minutes. And you got to think, it also hit concrete.
Yeah.
So, like, when it hit the concrete...
It's not, like, slightly bent because you mishandled it. It's like they're smashed or they're wiggly.
I think when it hit down on one side corner. So that one corner was the worst.
Yes.
And then it basically came around and nailed the other corner and then rested on the other corner. So, basically, at least 3 corners were totally trashed.
Yes, it was not great.
Yeah.
Everyone's asking if Linus is in the studio. Because he drops a lot of stuff.
Oh.
Yeah.
We could blame Linus. I'm all about that.
Yeah.
Sure. It wasn't me. Totally Linus. All Linus.
Yeah. Okay, so...
He can replace it, too.
Well, yeah. Let me tweet this out one more time. So
we
are live, about to do setup for R9 3900X overclocking. Okay. So we'll get started, I guess.
Yeah.
I'll mention it. If you buy a signed GN toolkit during the stream today, you can go to store.gamersnexus.net and pick one up. And if you buy a signed one today, Joe and I will both sign them, and this will be going on probably tomorrow as well. So toolkits are up on the store, and we've
gotta love the toolkit.
This one we've pulled a few tools out for other work, but it comes with 10. It's got a zipper pouch, really nice for keeping thermal pads or other replacement parts. We spec'd it for GPU disassembly, so stuff like the hex heads even, I had those custom rounded down so that they would clear all the small caps on the back of NVIDIA cards.
It's always a pain.
Yeah, so most cards at Philips had different sizes, but then because of NVIDIA's Founders Edition, we basically went and had to get like a bunch of special tools made.
And I finally have one too now. So you'll see the toolkit used on my channel all the time.
Yes.
You know how many people ask me about why I'm not using your toolkit? And I said, Steve's just being cheap.
That is
completely untrue, but it sounds good. No.
I don't know with you. So first store order was from Dana in Michigan. Picked up one of the toolkits. Thank you for picking that up. I'll try and shout out the orders from store.gamersnexus.net during the stream as I see them come in. And okay, let's get started. Yeah, let's get moving on this. So we've got a board. We had to pull parts from my inventory because all of Joe's are now dead, unfortunately. And got a godlike board, 3900X.
X570. Oh, I guess it's somewhat new, but
yeah,
but it's not insulated or anything. So basically, we're starting off with a fresh board. It's we obviously have a new, fresh Steve.
Can I do this comment?
Board?
Why not use liquid nitrogen rather than liquid helium? Hold
on. When have we ever heard of that question? Usually it's the opposite.
Normally it's the opposite.
Yeah. We're kind of using nitrogen right now. Just saying.
Okay.
Anyways, so we have a nice. So Steve was nice enough to donate a AMD 3900X 12 core because he killed mine. I mean. Yeah. Or Linus did.
You did.
Yeah. No, Linus did. I like that.
Yeah.
But So we have it already in the socket. I'm gonna leave it there because I seem to have problems doing anything with it. So.
Should I? Someone said, if Monster Sound said, if you are waiting for a free toolkit, who is the one being cheap? I like that.
Touche.
I'll still give you one to take home. Should I start with Vaseline on this?
Yeah. Actually, what we could do is we can...
Do we want to... We should probably put on the VRMs, or you're not worried about it?
I
don't want to kill the board.
The main section is just to get it in here.
What about on the MOSFETs and stuff?
Well, you know what? Let's just take it apart.
Okay.
That way we don't have to worry about it. Not my board. Just saying. So let's use the toolkit.
Yeah, use a Phillips head for this. That's probably all you need.
I can do that.
Sure, I've done these before. These kind of suck to take apart, but...
It's probably the one bad part about this board is that there is a lot of screws.
Yes.
It gives you the whole new meaning to screw you.
Yeah, because it's going to... I mean, like, look at that.
I know, there's
Fortunately...
I don't think I've ever seen a board that has that many screws.
It's insane. It really is kind of crazy.
I think it's the champion at that.
Yes, probably. Although there's the Dominus.
Oh, yeah, but that board's like twice the size.
Yeah, Dominus is really bad with that. So, Joe, do you want to explain, like, we've got the foam padding, we have the socket heater, all that stuff. You want to walk through some of the...
Yeah, so what I usually do is to insulate the back of the board, or to kind of just, we don't really use cases. I'm an open type bench guy.
Yeah.
And plus, you really want to have an open bench because it's much more convenient. If you want to try to put everything in a case and do
then
this,
pour LN2, yeah.
Yeah, good luck. You can do it, but it's a royal pain.
Yeah.
So what we do is I usually just have 2 sheets of foam pad. You can get this at any like plumbing type store. Nothing, not like Home Depot or anything. You have to go to something like Grainger if you're in the U.S. Because any plumbing supply store should have it. But you just cut it out. I have a little slot here for. You saw the GPU heater from Kingpin. This is the CPU one. This one's been out for quite a while, actually.
Yeah, that's definitely older.
Yeah, the reason why we're using this mount is because this is probably one of the first KP heaters that came out. So if you haven't noticed from doing our streams is that I usually get all the prototype stuff from Vince.
Yeah.
So basically, I think this is one of the first retails though. So we have a thermal pad to conduct the heat over to the back end of the board. We're only using 2 because, like I said, I have a prototype, or I have an old pot that doesn't have the newer Ryzen mounting mechanism.
Bracket,
so, but you can use 2 screws. It pretty much works just as good. So it's not like with the AMD. Was it BGA or PGA or whatever?
PGA, yeah.
Yeah, it works quite well with it. So, but yeah. So we're just gonna use a 6-pin. We're gonna use the heater for this one. I don't use the heater for every board, but this one works pretty nice.
Is there any other hobby where asking for a jar of Vaseline isn't rude?
I know, it's awkward. You should see when we rolled into Walgreens with that. Like, sir, we need the biggest tub of Vaseline you have. And they're like, what?
No, like you don't get it. The biggest.
No, the biggest.
Really, like.
You see how big I am? Bigger. Just saying. Too funny.
Oh, okay. I forgot about the heat pipe down there.
Yeah, you need like 30 more screws.
Yeah. I guess we'll disconnect the screen.
To be honest, you didn't even need the screen, really.
No, it was actually pretty nice, though. When we were troubleshooting, so I normally kind of hate on these screens, but when we were troubleshooting that bent pin CPU yesterday, and we socketed it in here, remember it just said DRAM error? Or was
actually,
that
was this one.
So
yeah, that one I think is just the more nice
this
to
is just
have.
the LEDs.
But you can, no. You can actually program stuff and put it on there. It's actually really cool. It's one of the nicest screens I've seen on a motherboard. I mean, if you're gonna spend $777,
yeah.
This is the display he's talking about, where it would actually tell you if it's DRAM. You got the dragon fighting ninjas on it. Like it's pretty cool. I mean, it tells you you're doing a good job when you boot. You know.
Yeah, I do like that when you tried to boot it. You tried to boot it today, and the screen just said goodbye. Like,
oh, that was funny.
That's ominous.
Yeah, I was trying to fix the old board, and I'm like, it just said goodbye. I was like, no, don't leave me.
It's sad. Do we need to take? Yes, we need to take all these out. Man, that's a ton of screws.
See, you should have just put Vaseline on it.
Well, but now we can put it on the MOSFETs at least.
Yeah, no.
Actually, I could probably do that. I can do that now. We don't need to do these, right? I just stick the brush under there. So this is already loose.
Yeah, I would just stick the brush in there. Yeah, I would just get in over here. Oops, sorry, right in there.
Okay.
That should be fine.
Well, we don't need to take this one out then.
I still can't get over how many screws there are.
Yes.
Oh, I guess these ones are for the M2.
Yeah.
M2 drives. Yeah, the board is pretty feature rich.
Yeah.
Like you get what is that? The PCI 4 or PCI Gen 4. You get the what is it called? A card. Which is pretty cool.
Oh yeah, they have actually kind of stupid name for that. Like
is there anymore?
Yeah, it's like extenders.
Oh, it's like an M2 extender?
Extender Z, they call it.
Extender Z, huh?
Except it's a capital
Z. It's like Stepongzi. Yeah. They copied off me.
I was thinking they copied off Extends.
No. Yeah, if you don't know what that is I'm not going to tell you.
That was a joke Linus and I made. Speaking of Vaseline time for the board, do you want to do...
Wow, that was awkward.
You want to do MOSFETs?
Basically anything that has any metal showing.
Yeah.
Except for like the heat pipe. Anything that has any type of electronic.
The heat pipe, yeah.
Oh, well, you could do
need
the heat pipe,
need to insulate it in case it electrically shorts, right?
Yeah. Might get too cold from itself. I don't know.
What is this question about boosting an OC? 9900KS boosts to 5 gigahertz all cores out of box. Okay.
Yep.
So a couple things. One, completely different architecture, and chip.
Yeah, what does that have to do with this? Oh, it's because we're doing
5.
AMD 5 gig. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're like, oh, but Intel can already do it.
It's not about clocks. It's about efficiency.
Yes, and also, this is more cores too. It's a 3900X.
That's true. 12 cores versus 8 cores.
It's harder to clock higher. The architecture is different. It's 7 nanometer, and also, it's not like a 1-to-1. It's not as everyone, including that person, knows this. It's not as simple as chip A is 4 gigahertz, chip B is 4.5 gigahertz. Therefore, chip B is better. Like, because there's a lot more that goes into it than that. Okay. Do you want to do some of this, and I'll take some of the super chats while it's getting prepped?
I always love spreading the Vaseline around.
Joe's
it's kind of weird.
Been doing it a long time. You
know.
started overclocking when? 10 years ago?
Like probably longer than that. I think probably about a lot. I actually I went back and was looking around at like some of the stuff that I did. It was probably around 2008, maybe 2007.
That's a good question, actually. Alfernandusco12 in the normal chat says, "How do you clean the Vaseline afterwards?" And if you want to,
don't. No, I'm just kidding.
I'll bring this into shot.
That's usually the big pain in the butt, is trying to get all the Vaseline off. A lot of the times, you see Roman advertises he basically uses a dishwasher, which I really don't recommend, because all the stuff that comes off these boards, I really wouldn't want that in a dishwasher that I'm going to use for food, use with food and stuff like that.
Food-bearing items.
Yeah, that just is not good.
I'm gonna put this.
Not a good idea. But if you have a dedicated one, it's not that bad. But if you really want a better clean, you want to ultrasonic.
Yeah. So this I learned about from Vince from Kingpin. Kingpin works at EVGA. You probably know his name. It's on some of the cards, and also basically every 3D benchmark high score chart ever. So he showed me his ultrasonic cleaner. It's basically like a deep fryer. You put parts in the basket.
You can make tots with it. No, just kidding.
Drop them in. That is covered in Vaseline still. Drop it in, and then we just fill. I've been filling this with just distilled water, but you said you use a soap as well, right?
Yeah, I'd like to use like a dish detergent because it helps break down the Vaseline. It's like oil. Dawn is pretty much safe enough for like cleaning animals and stuff, getting oil off them.
Right, yeah. So it should be fine for electrical components. So this is an ultrasonic cleaner. It uses, I believe, ultrasound is the correct term. For cleaning the components, it's got a small drain in there, and then it's really high frequency. So one of the things, we can't really film this in use because
it does some weird things.
Well, yeah, one, it screws with the mics.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's maybe an interference thing. And the other thing is, it really is, like this one is loud. I think 1 foot away from it, it's maybe 80 decibels or something.
Yeah. I literally have the same one. It's kind of funny that we both, not talking to each other, we bought the same one.
Well, it was the biggest one I could find on Amazon.
Well, that was the thing, yeah. Well, I had bought another one that was similar to this, but it was absolute crap. It didn't work nearly as well as this.
Right.
So this is the better one, but.
And so just to explain the expense, if you want to understand, how can you justify buying an ultrasonic cleaner? So basically, we cover boards like this one, nearly an $800 board. Now I didn't pay for that board, but other than with 12 years of my life and working 100 hours a week, but I didn't pay for it otherwise.
That doesn't count.
That doesn't count. It was free, right? So
free is free.
That board, if I kill it, I will have to buy another one with my money. That's a big expense, and also we want to use these things for ongoing testing that might not include LN2. You want to get the Vaseline off there at some point. It is kind of nasty to handle.
Well, it's also you get some it likes to attract dust. So if you have any airflow going around it, it will trap a bunch of different things on there, and you can actually create shorts after a while.
Yeah.
So it can be quite frustrating.
Yeah. So the end result is you stick it in the ultrasonic cleaner, dump some water in it, and I guess in your case also some soap. I should try that too. Then this one heats, so it can go up to allegedly 80 degrees. I've only brought it up to 55, but it'll heat, it'll loosen up all the Vaseline. Have you used the heater on this?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of, I think I used around 60.
Okay.
Or to 65.
Like yeah, that seems...
but that was it. I wouldn't...
Going up to 80 seems unnecessary.
Yeah, it seems a little bit too high.
Yeah.
I know Vince is a little crazy with it, though. He throws just alcohol.
Yeah, I know.
Like,
he was really serious about that Kingpin, when we did it's actually a really good video. I'll link it in chat. You can watch it later or something. Kingpin OC Lab Tour. So he...
it was funny when I got mine. I was talking to him about it. But yeah, I don't mean to cut you off. But
no, you're fine. You were talking to him about the...
Yeah, no, what to put in it. So
yeah.
like you don't want to use tap water because tap water will basically ruin it royally. It actually will cause more issues than it's worth. But he uses what is it?
He uses
IPA,
just IPA.
100%.
Yeah, and so he was really serious when he did the tour. I linked it in chat. Just open it in a new tab and watch it later or something. But so he dumps just I guess rubbing alcohol in it or isopropyl alcohol.
Yeah.
And with the alcohol in there, he was like, "Okay, seriously, this is a real fire. This is a big fire hazard. Do not do this."
Yeah, because you have any spark or flame, it could basically. I don't think he doesn't use the heater, and that was for one of the reasons. Yeah, because it could start a fire.
Yeah.
So, but since you're not using that, I mean, it doesn't really.
Yeah, it's fine.
What I like to do after though is to make sure like all the water and stuff is off. Is actually I'll get a bag. I have these special bags where you can put the board in or whatever, and then you put the alcohol in it.
Yeah.
So the alcohol basically will help get all the extra water out of the nooks and crannies and stuff like
right.
that. So.
Let me address one more question in chat that is I think it's supposed to be like a smart-ass question, but actually it's not. Can you get the 9900K to actually be a 95-watt CPU? Yes, it is a 95-watt CPU. Turn off MCE and BIOS. Problem solved. That's all it is. So a few things. We've done videos on this. I'm not going to go into detail. But there's 2 power limit durations for turbo boosting, and it should not last longer than about 110 seconds or so for the turbo boost duration. Once that period has expired, it becomes a 95-watt CPU. For reference, AMD and its TDP is also not equal 1-to-1 to power because you have a 95-watt TDP CPU that draws 144 watts. So TDP is not 1-to-1 with power is the end of the story for this. And we have plenty of videos on how you can reduce that.
We're not worthy. Awesome.
Okay, so are you good with the VAS? Are you pretty happy with that spread?
I want to use the heat gun now.
Board. Yeah.
Heat gun.
Let's do it.
You know how many times I've heard in the past like half an hour, I can't kill this board, I can't kill this chip. Please, please, don't do it. Help me.
I'm going to plug it in over here so we're on a different circuit.
Yeah, you don't want to shut it off if the stream goes down. So what we're doing is basically heating it up.
You can that button if you want to increase the temperature.
Is that how you use it?
Yeah.
You know,
and the other one.
You know, I have one of these too.
The other one with
the
other one that looks like it's colder, it decreases the temperature. I'm gonna mute your mic, Joe.
Oh.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So let me take, dude. All right, I'm gonna ban this guy from the chat. He's just spamming 3900X even destroyed Threadripper, and it's very, very annoying. Let's see. Hide user on this channel. Goodbye. Okay. Some super chats while Joe is doing that. Or actually, I'll explain it first. So Joe is basically reflowing the Vaseline is what I call it. But you're heating it up, and that's going to get it to kind of liquefy and spread into, the, as Joe calls it, nooks and crannies on the board. So it'll get in between all those small capacitors and mounting spaces on the board.
We can't kill this board.
Yeah.
So we want to make sure we're taking extra precautions.
Yes. Do we want more coverage, or are you pretty happy with this spread? You're pretty happy with it? Okay. All right. So we got some super chats in. I'll do while he's doing that. Steve Metcalf. Oh, Steve Metcalf. I know Steve Metcalf. Steve's he's an old friend of mine from like a long time ago. How's it going, Steve? I don't know if you're still in the chat, but gave $6.96 and said, please start with the Vaseline. And is that the same Steve or no? I don't know if that's the same Steve or not.
You know, a lot of people have the same names.
Well, yeah, but his profile picture looks like identical.
Like yeah.
Well, if you're not the same Steve, hello, you're his doppelganger, I guess. And if you are, good to see you. Either way, we have started with the Vaseline. Thank you for the super chat. Leviathan Prim, $3. Used the GN toolkit to fix thermal pads. You can unmute your mic, don't forget. Fix the thermal pads on the MSI GPU. Well, that's awesome to hear. Hopefully the thermal pad replacement you did is working better for you. Next one, Per Andre Olsen, 100 Norwegian kroner. Pretty facial hair, pretty head hair, overclocking, I'm solid. Cheers from Norway. You're gonna get Vaseline in your beard and it's really gonna suck.
It happens all the time.
Oh, your mic's muted. They probably heard it on mine, but that was an unfortunate one to miss because it was funny. Beth Cross, $2.
You're welcome.
CCX OC, the good CCD is key to breaking records. Well, I don't think we're really trying to break. I think we're going for an all-core here today, right?
Yeah, we're going all-core.
We're going for all-core here. But, I mean, that's a good point, yeah. Okay, next one. Blind Sniper, $2 for Vaseline. Well, yes, that will.
$2 for more Vaseline?
Yeah. We've gone through, I mean, we bought that just a couple months ago. Albert Alvarez, $5. Steve and OG Slacks, are you guys only signing the toolkits sold during the live stream, or mod mounts and mouse pads also? Shout out from San Marcos, California. Just the toolkits today, so if you buy an autograph.
San Marcos. I haven't been there in a while.
Oh, you've been there?
Yep.
Nice. So, yeah, if you buy one of the signed toolkits today on the store, we will both sign it, not just me. And mod mats, mouse pads, we're not signing today. This is too much logistics for us. But toolkits that are signed,
I don't know if my hand can handle it. We did way too many last time.
Yeah. Sormas 690, in memory of the wobbly table. Yeah, well, the other one's a little wobbly, so it's. But yes, I'm glad to see that some people still remember that. I'm almost caught up here, and then we'll kind of get to talking more about what you're working on. Malta Linskog 200 SEK just gave an okay hand emoji. Well, thank you. We appreciate your emotional support. How Dewey did it. $2. Thoughts on the Asus X570 Impact DTX and 3950X? Do you have any thoughts on have you paid attention to the Impact at all?
The Impact is actually, an old board. Well, it's new to AMD, but it was, to be honest, it was a badass board back in, I want to say, Z87 days?
Was it mini DTX then, too?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, to be honest, mini DTX.
Or whatever it's called.
I think it was mini ITX.
Sorry, DTX, not mini DTX.
No, well, the original one. But anyway, so they've had them over a while, but they stopped making them, actually. So that was actually one of the best boards to use for overclocking for a while. So they ended up transitioning that into the Apex, and then they stopped altogether with the Impact, which is highly disappointing. It's actually one of my favorite boards over the years.
I know overclockers are really excited about the Impact.
Well, yeah, to be honest, it's the first time that the Impact is coming to the AMD line. So depending if you're an overclocker or not, it only has 2 DIMM slots, but it will help for the overclocking to actually push the memory. So,
and
it's pretty badass.
I know a lot of viewers of our channel are familiar with Buildzoid's content as well. He's actually excited about that when he's buying it. Thoughts on the 3950X? I don't really have any. I need to actually get it in hand and do something with it before I form opinions.
Well, I don't know if you've really researched, but for the past couple, Asus has been putting boards and not actually selling them in the U.S.
Oh.
Have you seen that? Like the Apex and the Jenny, you couldn't get them in the U.S. Like you couldn't buy them from you. I call it the Jenny.
You call it the Jenny.
Yeah, the Jenny.
If I didn't mention that, chat would be like, it's freaking out about how you're saying it wrong.
I know. I say it all the time, though. How am I saying it wrong? Who actually came up with the name, man?
Was it you?
I don't know.
All right. So that's our thoughts on those. Hackney064, $2. GN, grow a long beard like bearded hardware.
I tell him every day.
No thanks.
He doesn't listen.
Truly, $600, $5. Thanks for the consistently great detailed videos. Please use this to buy Vaseline. Thank you. We will probably do that.
Man, the Vaseline fund is growing dramatically.
Yeah, we're up to 7, I think both are British pounds. We're up to 7 British pounds now. Matthew, cool, $5. Thank you, no message. Okay, so you're doing the same thing on the back now. I guess coating the memory pins is probably a great idea.
Yeah, a lot of the times water's going to leak down in here, and you'll see the pins. Obviously, this is all, you can see 4 memory slots. But what happens is water can build up here and cause bad days.
And to explain this too, like for anyone, we don't really show it in the streams because it's not normally possible, but the ice buildup on the back exactly the back of the socket is absurd.
Yeah, it's actually even with the heater and stuff, you need to really just coat the back of it. I mean,
and without the heater, it turns into
it turns a big ice cube.
Yeah,
like it gets quite ridiculous.
Yes, that's why we're doing that. Let's see. Is this the biker build off?
Maybe.
Any question? I'm looking at normal chat right now to see if there's any questions for us there. What do you think of the Gigabyte X570 Extreme? Have you used it? The Extreme. That's their
Isn't that the one Cookie was using?
I think.
Usually any board. My buddy Hi Cookie. He's an awesome overclocker for Gigabyte.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think he's technically an overclocker there anymore. But he always uses that board and he does tremendous things with it. So I don't think he could probably go wrong, except for maybe having some BIOS issues.
Yeah, BIOS isn't.
But it seems like on most of the AMD systems anyway, since the BIOS is kind of new, it's kind of expected anyway. So I don't.
Joe, we got a candidate for things chat says.
What is it?
Use a roller instead of brush.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah. Except
it's gonna be everywhere.
Yeah. Use like one of those rolling pins, like for baking.
Oh yeah.
Just roll it all over the whole board.
Yeah. Not a bad idea.
Someone says dropped frames. No one else has complained about it, and OBS doesn't. It says we dropped 1% of frames over the whole stream, so I think we're okay. But 2 questions in the normal chat here. Isn't there a shortage problem with this? I'm not 100%.
What, on sexiness? Of course.
Not 100%.
Now, what are we talking about shortage?
A shortage problem with sexiness implies that there's none of it here.
No.
I think there's an oversupply of it.
Well, yeah, there's okay. That's kind of what I meant. Yeah, the moment passed. Damn it.
So I'm not 100% sure if you mean like electrical short or if you mean shortage of
AMD
the CPUs.
chips?
Yeah, AMD chips, the 3900X is hard to find.
Well, since I killed my chip, I was actually looking to see how much it was going to be replacing it. I was like, you know what, maybe I'll order it on Amazon.
They're like 700 on Amazon.
It's like 800.
Oh, okay,
I was pissed. I was like,
it's way too high. As far as electrical shorts for what we're doing, well, this is the reason he's insulating it with Vaseline. It's to protect against water buildup and stuff. And actually, the longer we keep it cold, the better, because it freezes. It's
the pulled up water that will basically create shorts that you have to worry about.
I'm going to answer one more in the chat. Someone says, yeah, dropped frames, but it was earlier. Okay, cool. So I guess it's fixed now. All right, so
it should be fine right now.
Where did that question go?
I need you, Steve, to... I don't know what screws go where.
Okay, I got it.
I'm kind of screwed.
You ready to put them back in? And then...
Yeah, I just didn't know...
heat it up after?
Yeah, well, you can heat that one up after.
Okay.
That one's pretty easy.
If you want to take super chats, they're in this tab. I stopped at...
do you know which one you stopped at?
Yeah. I stopped at...
I really like that one. Gamers Nexus, grow a long beard like bearded hardware. They're insisting that you have to be more like me. You see that?
Yes,
Isn't that wonderful?
That's what they're saying.
Thanks, broski, for that.
The one I highlighted. I got that. So streamer Geo, $2 said, Super Kai, stop spamming, bro. I banned that person.
Yeah, he's already gone. Bye-bye. Yeah. Love the Okay, so the next one is Dagger's Garage. Love the content. Been in the ICU for 6 days, and your content has been keeping me entertained.
Oh, man.
Keep up the good work, guys.
Well, good luck with recovering.
Damn, dude, ICU, huh? Well, I'm glad we get to entertain you guys. Well,
yeah.
He's probably more entertaining than I am, man. Just a little bit. But I hope you feel better, broski.
Yeah, I hope you get better. Sorry to hear that. Glad that you're able to at least get a signal, though. So I think...
Yeah, it's kind of boring when you're in a... When you're in there, dude, it's like kind of... You're finding something to do.
You're just like stuck, yeah.
No, I had a buddy of mine in another overclocker, but basically he was in there for a while, and we're basically talking about Netflix and stuff, trying to figure out like what good shows you can do and stuff like that. But yeah, that's cool. I hope you feel better, broski. So the next one was it Sickatic? Make Joe get you tater tots? It's more like the opposite. He should get me tater tots.
I paid for Joe's yesterday.
That's awesome. Thanks for $2, broski. Chaos County Custom Computers for calling the Vaseline the Vass. The Vass.
That guy's...
He's always on my channel, too.
Yeah, okay,
good
cool.
Dude.
Yeah. Good to see you back. I like seeing the regular names pop up.
Well, we have another name, too. Andreas Sharif.
Oh, yeah.
Sharif.
Yeah, I know that one.
I wonder when yields increase if we can get new SKUs with the 4.7 gigahertz chiplets for the 3700X. The 3700X boosting to 4.7 would give the 9900K for a run for its money. And Jay still hates me.
Well, we can't help you with that.
Yeah, that's not our fault.
Sorry.
We don't hate you.
No.
Not yet, at least. Just kidding, broski. But that's actually a good point. It would be interesting to see if AMD binned their chips a little bit more and came out with something higher. That would definitely push the 3700X into the 9900K.
Yes.
Probably beat it if you
just add a little.
At 4.7 if you ask me, but close enough. All right, so next one, Parker Wilson, $4.99. You ever poop and find glitter?
Oh no! Don't
read
those
comments. Where does the glitter come from? Really?
You might need to check what you're eating and make sure that it's food products.
I think you need a healthy diet of tater tots.
This has become like the Dr. Stepongzi show.
That's right. Dr. Odin.
Dr. Odin.
All right, so the next one, Stephen King, $9.99. Plus
You'd think Stephen King could afford a little more, you know? All those really famous, successful books.
Well, the funny part is the plus 0.7 gigahertz, so like, blow that proc up. Good luck, guys. I think he meant 7 gig or plus 7 gig.
I'm gonna leave this unplugged if that's okay.
I'll just take it out. Just don't even put it on.
All right, cool.
Yeah, there's no reason for it. I mean, as long as we got the ninjas fighting over here.
Yeah, that's all we really
You're
need.
Definitely good there.
So we're good on all of this then.
All right, so we got Shane Mitchell. Will the 9900KS have any security mitigation? To be honest, it's just what it is.
I think it's the same. I don't know. I think it's.
That's a good question, actually.
It is a good question. I'm not sure.
I think it's pretty much the same because
I think it's just a bin to 9900K. I haven't been told otherwise.
I'm almost pretty sure that it's just a 9900K with all cores enabled. Basically, all cores at 5 gig.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any difference in any security mitigations.
I'll point this out. It's a quick tip. I'm going to give this stuff back to Patrick so we don't lose it, the extra screws, but
that means it keeps it out of my hand.
Basically, whenever I take stuff apart and I know it's going to be apart a while, I get a magnet out of a drawer and I just stick all the screws from that component on the magnet.
Yep.
I might label it if I'm worried about that and keep everything together. It helps a lot, otherwise the screws just get lost everywhere.
No, you'll see at like Home Depot and Lowe's, they got these little trays that are magnetized.
Yeah.
So you can just throw them in there. You just got to be careful. Don't put them on like a old spindle hard drive because you'll lose all your data. It's the one thing you got to worry about with magnets. SSDs and NVMEs you don't have to worry about.
Nah.
So.
Okay, so
all right, next one. You want me to read a couple more?
If you want to start on this,
right.
It just needs to be flowed, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
I'll just stand out of the way, you're fine.
All right.
As I almost step on the cable. You gonna mute your mic? All right, couple notes here on what we're doing again. So we're preparing the board for liquid nitrogen overclocking. The short story is we're insulating it with Vaseline to protect it from electrical shorts with water pooling.
Because we can't kill it.
Because we can't kill it, because this is my board.
We can kill it figuratively.
We can kill Joe's hardware,
yes.
Joe's CPU, Joe's board, I don't care.
No one cares about that.
No.
Not at all.
But mine, we can't. Yeah. All right. A couple of store orders. Thank you for those. Like I said, if you buy one of the signed toolkits during the stream, we'll both sign it, and we will be shipping those out. They'll probably go out on Monday, so if you pick one up, you'll get it pretty soon. They are in stock already. So Martin from Great Falls picked up a teardown toolkit. Thank you, Martin, for that. You were the second person to grab one during the stream. We had one from Michael. You've muted your mic, right? I think.
Yeah.
Michael from Virginia. That's not going to go too far then. Picked up a toolkit as well. Thank you, Michael. Nicholas from Baltimore picked one up. GN teardown toolkit. I think that's maybe pronounced Renee from Finland picked one up.
That's a good question because I know I have a couple guys that have that name.
The same name?
Yeah, I kind of feel bad. I'd be like,
I know, yeah.
I don't really know how to say it properly.
Pronounce R-E-N-E, Finland. It's going to come up with, what is this? PronounceNames.com, and the thumbnail is a friggin' rocket ship, and it's like, how to pronounce R-E-N-E. And it's got a rocket ship in the background.
It's kind of weird. Not going to lie.
I don't know what. Okay, well, sorry. But thank you, though.
Squirrel.
I need to look that up later. Not squirrel, but how to pronounce it. Jacob from Illinois picked up a toolkit as well. Like 3 more to read. Yeah. And then we got, don't forget your mic, Tony from Alabama. 2 more to go through. Lior from Israel picked one up, thank you. And then last one is...
Did you put all the screws in?
Jim, yes, from Sunnyvale. Cool. Over there near AMD, actually. Picked up a teardown toolkit as well. Maybe it's someone from AMD. Probably not, but...
No.
Be like, oh, it's Jim Keller.
No.
All right. So thank you for the support. We especially need it because of all the dead hardware trying to get this thing even ready. But hopefully we'll actually achieve some goals here today. So the socket heater is going on. Insulation for the back. And then you've got just 2 of these are M4s, I guess, threaded rods or something.
Yeah, these are the ones that come, if you buy anything from Vince, basically these are the standard ones that come with.
Right.
I mean, I think you can go to Home Depot if you cut your own, you can do it, but they get sharp, and then you cut your hands and stuff all the time.
I had trouble finding the right size at local. I had to buy them on Amazon, unfortunately. But
you know what I'm thinking about is so like on X99 or X299, they have the standard one that comes in. It's a different rod. You can get those ones. That's the ones you can get over there.
Oh, there's a funny clip from the video that's going up after the stream. The prep video. There's a funny clip involving.
Prep video is pretty hilarious.
Involving this and an invasive species.
Yeah.
So you'll get to see.
I had a Traveler.
Joe had a Traveler in here. Yeah. We saved it, but if you have arachnophobia, then be careful when you watch the video.
You're giving it away, man. You're giving it away.
No one knows what that means. It's too many letters.
Just watch the video. It's pretty good.
Okay, so next up, Allen 2-pot and paste. In that order?
No.
No?
Paste, then Allen 2-pot.
Okay.
Yeah. You want to wipe off that old paste?
I thought you pulled it aside.
Yeah.
You're going to waste all that paste?
I know.
No, we need new paste.
No.
No, we should have a new paste.
It!
We should have new paste.
It's like so tiny.
You can have it. We should use the old paste.
We're going to use the old paste.
It's not that old. It's just from yesterday.
Yeah, don't be wasteful, Joe. That's Kingpin blue paste.
I know. This is like... I keep on saying that it's liquid gold for liquid nitrogen, and it's really for paste. All these paste vendors charge an arm and a leg.
Yeah. Thermal Grizzly's got a Cryonaut.
Just think of all the poor souls that could eat if you gave them paste on them.
Okay, he just gave up on that halfway.
Yeah, it was like, I don't know what to do with that one.
What is this? Can you open it? I can't open it.
Andrew was zoomed in when we were fighting over it. The camera went all crazy. Is your mic back on? Who torqued this down?
Yep.
All right.
My hands are slippery.
Are those safety glasses?
What?
I guess on your head.
Actually, technically they are. I usually use them like when I'm on my motorcycle. So I think they're like Home Depot specials.
Der Burner in chat says, "Don't screw up the mount again, slacker."
Screw up the mount again?
Did I screw up the mount the first time?
I don't know.
Who is that? Is that a wannabe Debauer?
I want to be Der Burner, yeah.
You sure?
Der Burner.
Debauer?
Maybe it's him. It's a Smurf account.
I bet you. Well, it's funny because every time Roman comes on my stream, if I'm streaming or something like that, all of a sudden the chat goes wild and wants to talk to
Roman. Yeah.
And he can't really talk, so he then leaves. It's pretty funny. Plus, I like to bust his balls on there. So
we got you got Stephen Kane, Shane Mitchell, $2. Oh, we got that one.
That's big enough.
The fridge, $10. The soul of the machine god surrounds thee. The power of the machine god invests thee. I'm not sure what this is from. The hate of the machine god drives thee, the machine god endows thee with life. Now go forth and get the best OC. Well, we will not
yes, my brother.
We will not get the best OC, but we'll try to get the
you never know.
The best that we can do.
Well, this is the one. So Steve previously benched this, right?
Yes.
So now we're gonna really bench it.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I'll probably do a little bit better. I don't think
it should do better.
Yeah.
Publicly, I've only gotten that one to 4.9. I got it to 5.3 here, but
what was 5.3? Like R15?
Yeah. No, it was games.
Oh, game. Oh, you were doing the gaming bench.
Yeah, games.
Was that with the test boost based upon the cold?
No, that was.
It's hard to keep up
That
these
was
days.
to try and do.
You do too many videos.
I actually never published that one because we had too many issues with it, but I might try and revisit it. It was to try and do 5G versus 5G Intel for the CPUs, and the problem was that I had so much performance regression on AMD that the performance was lower than stock. And it's because the F clock was driven so low, I think.
Oh, that's the problem. That's the huge problem is F clock. If you have to lower your F clock so much, like if AMD were to figure out what the cold issues are with F clock,
if they even care,
they would just hammer probably almost everything. Because when you go from like 1900 down to like 1400, the performance, like I think TimeSpy was like maybe 1,000.
It'd kill it in TimeSpy if they could. Yeah, if they could get that F clock issue fixed, it'd kill it in TimeSpy. So yeah, basically, the problem is with extreme cold and getting the frequency on the core high, we've had to drive the F clock down.
Yeah.
And you spent a lot of time yesterday trying to not do that.
Well, I think that's probably why we ended up killing the board.
Yeah.
Is because I kept on going down to like minus 170 and then bringing it up real quick. And then going back down again and then bringing it up quick.
Right.
And going back down. Like, I probably did it about 30 times yesterday. So that takes a lot. To be honest, it takes a toll on the board a lot. So.
Yeah. Let's see, who's next? We got Casey Threadgill, $4.99. Thank you. What are your thoughts on high idle temperatures for 3900X? Mine are 45C, sometimes 50C.
I noticed that too. I don't think it really matters, to be honest.
I mean, yeah. What's your load temperature? I guess is the number one concern.
It's load.
Look at T-Die, hardware info. T-Die is accurate. You should use that. And I actually don't have off the top of my head the idle temperatures for 3900X that when we ran it. It's going to depend on your cooler, obviously. I don't have it off the top of my head, but
I thought it was around the same, like 40.
Yeah, it was. So we had a video recently on the Ryzen boosting behavior, and we have a thermal chart in there. I don't remember which.
Oh, you're talking about stock with the.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
technically it's a little bit higher because it's boosting.
Yeah, we have a chart in there though where it is idle in some of those periods where it's at the very beginning of the chart. You can look at that and see where that is, and that would tell you if it's similar to ours with a 280 cooler on it. Campbell Jones, $2 on the fence for buying a GN toolkit. Convince me. Well, we have a video on explaining it. Yeah, Joe's like, here's how I convince people.
You're gonna like it.
Yeah, so I don't really feel like I need to convince anyone to buy it. If you know you can make use of it, then you can definitely make use of it. And if you can't, that's fine. But the short of it is we use a CRV steel for all the tools except for the two hex heads, and I'll explain why in a moment. But we use CRV steel. It is a stronger steel. It's chromium vanadium. I specifically worked with the factory to pick different steels. We tested them. We got probably 4 different samples over the course of a year to do all the testing on them and find one that we liked. So they're stronger and shouldn't. Did you mute? Nope. Okay. Anyway, they're stronger and don't have issues with the tool tip really degrading over time as much. Pretty resilient. And then these hex heads, they're an A3 steel, but we did that because so it's actually kind of crazy. To get the 100 millimeter rod length with 100 millimeter handle length, we had to really fight the factory a lot because no factories want to do it, especially for order quantities that are like not in the tens of thousands of units. And so we fought them a lot over it. We finally got them to do it. And basically, it's like factory for the bag, factory for the instruction cards that we have in here for the print that gives you directions on how to disassemble most GPUs, because I've done almost all of them at this point. And factory for just the bit on the hex head. So we had to go find like 5 different factories, logistically sort them all together, and then dictate all of our requirements to each of them. That's why it took like a year to make it, because here's the thing. This is why I don't really feel like I need to
So you know how much work I put into this?
So I don't feel like I should need to really fight to convince anyone. Because at the end of the day, if you want it, that's great, thank you. It supports us and you actually do get like a quality toolkit. And if you don't need it, that's fine too. But I was adamant about not just rebranding something, because we just got molds made for our own modified handle too for the next set we're doing. But yeah, I didn't want to just rebrand something like you can walk into Lowe's or Home Depot and find any generic kit in a plastic wrap.
And I think it'd be pretty hard to find all the tools that you're putting in one
specifically those. It doesn't exist as a one standoff.
Just
kit.
that alone just makes it worth buying.
So yeah, it's just targeted towards GPU teardown, and you won't get anything you don't need for it. So that's why we did it that way.
Just buy it.
You sound like Tom's Hardware ran that article. Do you remember that? Just buy it for RTX.
Oh, actually, I didn't see that one.
When RTX was announced, I don't think it was even reviewed yet. I think it was just announced.
Just buy it?
They ran their editor-in-chief ran an article called, we made fun of it, called Just Buy It, about RTX, because one of Tom's Hardware's writers, who has since left the company and now works for AMD, one of Tom's Hardware's writers was critical of RTX announcement, as he should have been. And if you're watching, hello, Derek. And he did what he should have done, and then Tom's editor-in-chief, you probably do, you do actually.
Yeah.
Editor-in-chief wrote his own article and basically like just dissed his own staff, and then said just buy RTX. It's like, wow, that's really, really great reporting. Just buy it, just blindly pre-order it.
You gotta love media these days. Just like us.
Yeah, it's like the irony is not lost.
I know, right?
Okay, so you've got it pasted. You missed a few spots, Joe.
Chat said it was okay.
I don't think chat would say it's okay.
I know, chat would probably complain, but it should be fine.
All right, so we're gonna mount this diagonally, right?
Yeah, it's a little crooked.
Yeah, that's fine. It just needs to cover it, so.
Yeah, the whole point is just to be able to.
Just to get coverage.
Coverage.
It just works.
It just works. Don't trust me. Just trust me.
These comments are so stupid. You're trying to prepare the board since an hour? Come on, that's so slow. Well.
We have to put content on the screen. It's like if
I've been answering like questions. I mean, half the point of a stream. Okay, if we have a separate prep video going up, it won't have any of the overclocking in it. But half the point of a stream is to interact with like normal chat, super chat, all that stuff, and try and have fun with everyone. So.
Yeah.
Anyway.
To be honest, if I were to do this all really quick, and I would have it done.
It would have been done in 5
we wouldn't
minutes.
even have a stream.
Yeah. All right.
That's what makes it fun. Yeah, I've started doing that more and more with my streams. Just like not doing everything doing it on the stream itself.
Justin Moseyman, wow, that's a lot of effort for a toolkit. As a machinist, I can really appreciate the effort. Thank you. I'm not a machinist, so I had to learn a lot of really basic stuff from scratch and then go up from there. I watched basically before we flew to Taiwan one of the times, I downloaded like 6 hours of videos about metal materials and like different types of metals and how metals work and what kind of metals used in tools, and watched through all of it, took notes, and used that to try and spec out the toolkit. So we didn't want to just ask the factory like what should we use, because then, I mean, what's the point?
Who knows what you'll end up with?
Yeah, and it'll just be the same as someone else, so who cares? Any news on when the Polygon foil shirts are going to ship? I think we updated the site with some date targets on that, but they're being made now, so we are expecting to have them shipped to us by end of September, which means then they'll ship out to you right after that, so probably beginning like first week, hopefully, of October. And if you do have any questions at all about any orders or anything like that, you can always email support@gamersnexus.net. I've got a guy who does that. It's his job to make sure he answers all your questions. He's really good at it, so always feel free to reach out. Okay, so you've got the Allen 2-pot mounted. You're going to insulate it now. Do you want a rubber band, or are you going to use tape?
No, I have my Velcro.
Velcro? Okay.
Yeah, from back in the day when I was 100 years old and we invented Velcro.
I like that video is not live yet, so.
Yeah.
No, everyone's just going to.
You'll see it later.
Yes.
You'll get the meaning.
At the end of this, it'll be published.
You're welcome. Thank you at the same time. No idea. I love the ramble. Let's see.
All right, so insulated memory next.
Yeah, so for memory, we got the Trident Z Royale.
You're very protective of this specific kit of memory.
Yeah, because a lot of work goes into finding these.
Do you want to explain some of that? Like, I think.
Well, they don't like that I do that, but so every year, so for the G-Skill competition, we go through a lot of memory to make sure that the overclockers are happy with, because when you're doing it, it's like drag racing, right? You don't want to have a crappy car to go race with, right?
Yeah.
So what we do is we spend it like a couple days just going through memory to see what are the best modules that we can find. And we also find some memory for ourselves, so that way we can actually go and overclock on stuff like this, like streams, and show off different memory modules and stuff. So these are from lots of time and binning.
Yeah, I was going to say it's basically a binning process.
Yeah.
So what do you typically, do you use a benchmark when you're binning it, or do you just kind of boot into BIOS and see if that works?
No, we actually go through like steps. First, we establish a baseline, right?
Okay.
And then we use a benchmark that I don't use anymore, that I don't want to mention.
Okay, sure.
So, well, I was using that, but you can use a specific
There's like
memory benchmark.
MemTest Pro and stuff like that.
Well, that's if you want to go into more. For overclocking, I mean, we'll use a benchmark because that's just like, we won't use like R15.
Okay.
But we'll use to be honest, I don't even know.
Just
I'm
something
not sure what I'm
that
going to
hits,
replace it with.
something
Yeah.
that hits memory.
It's like 32M, so like we'll end up testing with 32M because it's a very high. That's funny. We want tater tots. What's going on, Adam? But yeah. So we establish a baseline, and we go through lots and lots of modules. Man, we have to clean them all the time because you got to be, dude. You can just put a thumbprint on here, and they won't overclock like normal. So you always got to make sure they're clean and protected. So we're just switching out modules, and sometimes we go through boards just from wearing them out.
Right.
Putting modules in all the time.
Yeah.
And it's actually a lot difficult. It's weird too.
Connection cycles, I guess, will eventually kill the memory slots.
Well, not what many don't know about. Also, like on any platform for like Intel's platform, it's actually harder to get frequency on single channel than it is dual channel. You'll get higher with dual channel than you will with single channel. So it's harder on the IMC to bin one module at a time versus two. It makes no sense, right?
Right.
But
do you want to do a bottom slot for the, or no, we'll do second.
I'm putting my memory in.
Yeah, sure.
For this, we can just keep it. I guess it's the second to bottom, because otherwise it covers the.
Just to get it away from the LN2 pot.
I'll put some paper towels in there too. Since it's yours, we're going a little bit above and beyond
what you would do.
Mine, yeah.
William Powers, $5. Do you have any ideas on when the 3950X will release? I think they're.
Didn't they say the 30th?
Yeah, I think. Well, I don't know. Did AMD say that? I know that's what's going around right now. It's just dropping stuff all weekend with you. Just throwing everything.
No. It's with us. He dropped my 3700X and that's why my motherboard doesn't work.
They were in the same box.
Yeah, see, he dropped the motherboard in the airport. Actually, I have it on video.
It wasn't in the airport.
It was outside the airport.
Yeah, that's true.
Terrible. Can't take him anywhere. Oh yeah, that's what I want.
Yeah, so 30th is what we've heard. MobiFix 100 SDK should use Branson EC fluid and ultrasonic. Professionals in electronics repair be included. Use that with distilled water. Better than pure IPA and less dangerous. Also, SEK is Swedish crowns. Thank you.
Yeah, usually the problem is how much is it?
I don't know.
No, that's what I found. What the problem is, like, it's expensive.
Is it?
Well, I don't know. The particular one he was talking about.
This one doesn't.
Actually, no. The Branson Cloud is actually one of the best. I've actually done a lot of reading on it. The problem is I wanted to test it and just didn't get it in time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This one actually looks pretty affordable. I know there is expensive cleaner you can get for sure. So this one is.
It all depends on how much you're cleaning. I guess, right?
Yeah, 1 quart is $16, which isn't terrible. Depending on how much you mix in with the water, I guess that'd last a long time. I mean, I might try it out.
Yeah, I would definitely actually do it.
Just distilled water doesn't work that great. It took like hours.
Well, you got to figure you're having distilled water with an oil base.
It ends up just clouding the heck out of the water.
Yeah, that's why even with just the Dawn, it breaks down the oil.
Right.
Mm-hmm. We're not done there yet. We got to flash the BIOS.
I think it's got the newest one on here, from what Patrick was saying.
Oh, does it?
I think so. It might be the. Wait, I was going to untangle it. It might be the BIOS that has the Ryzen memory, or the frequency fix in it. I'm not sure, but either way, it's new. One of the 2 newest.
So I don't know if you guys can see, but I'm putting cardboard
Oh, yeah, right here.
Yeah, like if you've seen the stream where like Vince and I are bench all the time, well, there's a lot of vapor that goes off everywhere. A lot of people use fans and stuff. It doesn't really, it works sometimes, but like, I'd rather have something that blocks it totally.
Yes, I do.
Because memory tends to bug out.
I do the same. I just cover it all.
I mean, it looks ugly, but...
And it doesn't really overheat because, one, you're dumping LN2 all over everything, and two, it's memory, so it can take a lot. So we're just using the Gigabyte 5700 XT, and we're going to use the one that I set up with an LN2 pot tomorrow during our 1 p.m. Eastern stream for that. That one will just take all of this, which hopefully will still work at the end of this. I'll take all of this and then put the other card on.
As long as I don't take the chip out of the slot, it should be fine. Just saying.
So we'll be doing both, LN2 on both tomorrow. I think you're good on power for everything.
Yeah, I just want to make sure if we have any cooling.
I turned off the power supply. But
if you notice, this was definitely not how the setup we did yesterday.
No, this is a lot better than yesterday.
But
get some over
we actually didn't lose. Well, I guess we lost the board, so. The chip was just because.
Come on.
Sorry, I had to. You put dirty paper towel on my nice clean setup. There we go. We'll put it underneath the wire. That should be fine.
I don't understand some. Stop it. Stop spamming. I'm going to ban you. Gracias, amigo. Benchmark in Linux, please. ...
You know, okay, let's actually go over that because it's actually a pretty decent question.
Yes.
Just don't spam it because it's annoying.
Yeah, don't spam it.
But the reason why we don't benchmark in Linux is because there's not really any good validation tools that are approved.
That's a good topic, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, like, I would totally bench in Linux. I mean, it would. I'm a software guy too, so it's kind of like going through and.
It's less overhead, less bloat.
Yeah, but usually a lot of issues with drivers and
yeah.
stuff like that. I mean, that's always been the case. But yeah, I really wish we could, but the problem is we don't have CPU-Z in there, and that's actually one of the official validations. So. But
yeah, and also.
Yeah, I would just block him.
Is he still doing it? Well, let's give it a minute. It might be on
delay.
delay.
Yeah, that's right. It's going like.
Yeah. We're giving you a chance.
I know. We even answered your question. Jeez.
Please don't spam in the future, though, guys. I don't like having to ban people for stupid reasons, especially if you're actually asking a real question. I want to answer.
Which is actually a pretty good question.
Yeah. As far as the rest of like benchmarking in Linux for our normal reviews, we just don't do it. Phoronix does a really good job. TechGauge does a really good job. Check them out for it. I don't really feel the need to compete in a space where I'm not that educated, so I don't really want to get into Linux benchmarking right now.
It's funny. It's because we like blue screens. That's why we don't bench Linux. To be honest, it's kind of funny if you bench a lot of AMD. It's actually you don't see as many blue screens as you do on Intel. It's less blue screenish.
You want to turn it on?
I don't know. If it doesn't work, then I can blame you.
Should be set up.
Just kidding.
Wow, that is some serious fan speed. Okay, there we go. All right.
Yeah, it's much better than the other one. To be honest, the Gigabyte cooler is pretty good.
It worked well. It was one of the cooler of the 3 that we've looked at so far. Fans are freaking out though, but that should just be because it was only turned on. They should stop fan once it's going. It's benchmarks today. We're going to do TimeSpy CPU, I guess.
Well, maybe a little mix between
Cinebench?
TimeSpy and Cinebench.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah. So to be honest, TimeSpy is a pretty decent way to like calculate. Like if you're messing with memory, memory helps quite a bit. So what are we on here? Let's just go with F1. Oh.
And then there's a.
We have a problem.
Oh, no keyboard.
No keyboard.
What about the Phoronix test suite? Someone says, I agree, it's very good, but Phoronix also does it. And I don't really feel I need to duplicate their content when we can barely keep up with our own already.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay, Phoronix has it's a website that has a Linux benchmarking suite. You're getting your beard hair in the pot. And
yeah, that's.
I don't think it's going to make it better.
It does.
Okay.
Beards make everything better. That's why you need to grow one. I think the chat agrees with me on that, right?
Sure they do.
Should Steve grow a beard?
No.
We're going to move this a little bit. What do you mean, no? Chat said so.
Geekbench, please benchmark.
No.
Do we want to leave it there?
I guess what I'll say is we support Benchmate, or I support Benchmate. I don't know about you, but I'm not about
you. But if you don't, then
yeah,
we're gonna have to talk later.
You do. Yeah. There's a program called Benchmate, and I'm a big supporter.
Validation program, right?
Yeah, basically it is. For over the years, we've had like just even with the Linux thing is validating benchmarks. It's very easy to cheat in like Photoshop and trick different timers and do stuff like that. So I forget his name, is Matthias or
the guy who makes
the guy who makes Benchmate. He's taken it on himself, and he's done it with pretty much not much support. Like he's done it really on its own, and he's done a really great job with it. So there's an issue with Geekbench where Geekbench was trying to sue him. So
yeah.
I'm in full support of him. So I'm not really a supporter of Geekbench at the moment. So
fair enough. So we won't be testing Geekbench.
Yeah. So we won't be testing Geekbench.
We like community efforts that try to validate results.
We're about the community, especially the overclocking community, because without the overclocking community, we wouldn't have this.
Yeah. So. Paul the Bearded One Downing. Seen you a lot.
What's up, Paul?
Hey Slackers, how's it going? Night shift entertainment for me again. Any inside knowledge of the 3950X release date or availability? Unfortunately, I actually don't. Like, it's not me being coy. I legitimately am not under NDA. I don't have any knowledge of it. But I know what everyone else does on the internet, so, and that's that.
This is not the same one.
The rumor is September 30th.
This is 120.
Patrick, is this the second most recent BIOS? Oh, it's from June 28th.
Yeah, it's old.
On there is what is shipped with, I think.
Oh, okay, yeah. It's,
You haven't updated it.
we need that USB drive then. Actually, I gotta hook up the mouse. Too.
Yeah, so should we update BIOS?
Yeah, I want to go back to that one we were using. To be honest, it was pretty stable, so.
Okay. It's on here.
Oh, you haven't?
I think it's on there.
Can you plug in that mouse while you're over there?
Oh, yeah.
It's much easier than me messing up
With
the
all
beard.
Also, all the UEFI interfaces now make it really hard to navigate with only a keyboard sometimes.
Yeah, but the mouse is like kind of like to be honest, most of these interfaces with the mouse, it doesn't really. It's not that nice.
Sometimes it's slow.
Yeah, like it's weird. Like look at this.
Yeah.
But that could be like we might have to reboot.
Reboot. So he's gonna flash BIOS, I guess.
Yep.
And Aerogath, $10. How bad do you expect the scalping to be for the 3950X? Probably pretty bad. People who...
Dude, if the 12 core right now is basically going for 800.
Assuming it's selling at that, it probably is though. Like assuming it's actually selling, not just being listed for that price.
Yeah, but just the way the 3900, I'm saying just the 3900X is selling, like they're basically listing it, and I think they're getting anywhere from 700 to 750 for it, and that's a $500 chip.
That's what this is supposed. The 3950X is supposed to cost
$750.
Yeah.
So I guarantee you, almost that chip. Like if you can get it from the vendors, like pre-order or stuff like that, I think it's going to be good. But if you're going to try to get it in the aftermarket, I almost guarantee you that's going to be anywhere from 1100 to 1200.
Yeah, I don't really recommend pre-ordering. That said,
why is that?
Because if you're not happy with it, there's no validation from third
But it's
parties.
AMD. You should be happy with it.
Okay,
No,
I see
I'm
what
just
I understand.
I
understand.
Yeah.
I get the joke now.
Yeah.
That said, if you did want to pre-order for these because stock has been iffy on everything,
Is it paying for me to find a 3900?
yeah, I mean, just like you have 30 days, you could return it. Kind of sucks to do that, but
Yeah.
you know, you could return it. Might be restocking fee, but I expect it to be bad though. To answer the question, like let me try and catch up on super chats while you're flashing.
Yeah,
BIOS.
go for it.
Key Phaeton OC, $2. The new AM4 top from Vince for T-Rex is badass. Does he make an AM4 top now for that?
Yeah, he has a new one, but he hasn't sent me yet.
Okay.
Slacker. Vince, if you're seeing this, you're slacking.
He's not seeing this.
Yeah, probably
He
not.
doesn't watch anything we do.
He doesn't like us.
He did like the video we did for what do LN2 overclockers think about the mean comments?
It's all about the girls.
Why do you do this? What's the point? Yeah.
It's the girls.
Yeah. He's like, I met my wife this way. Legitimately, it's a real reason. Beth Cross, $10. My CCX OC 4.6, 4.525, 4.475, 4.45, 1.375 volts for each of my 3 cores. Open water loop and air, and then gives a score 3417 CBR 15. If only AMD gave us 2 good chiplets, and then says fingers crossed to the 3950X. Those.
So 4.6 to 4.5 to 4.4. So they're basically.
There's like a point,
interesting
0.5 to 0.75 gap on everything.
Well, here's the thing: when AMD's selling something, they're not really selling. They're selling it at spec. So
yeah, right.
I mean, as long as you have one that hits 4.6, and that what is the?
Oh no, they're saying this is a CCX OC, so they individually.
Yeah, they individually clocked ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're basically binning each one.
Yeah.
So, but really, is AMD supposed to give you all those good ones? I mean, they're advertised right. Even with Intel stuff, like we've come with overclocking to expect more than what we're getting, right? You got to understand that with overclocking, you're getting free performance. So it's kind of difficult. You have to basically go and bin.
It's super free.
Yeah,
it only costs 1 dead CPU and 1 dead motherboard.
Well, yeah, that's
extremely free.
That wasn't even benching it though. That was me cleaning it. His monster fingers.
Pub Shepherd, $5. What if Intel and AMD created one CPU and used hardware keys to tier their core count? If you want to upgrade, you buy a new key and unlock the cores. Something tells me that, well, one, I mean, financially, that's not super feasible, but
technically they already have that.
Yeah.
Well, I know Intel had that with the
that's kind of done, but it depends. Like, I mean, you look at hyper-threading is just disabled on some of the lower end chips, but it could definitely be on.
Yeah, but you're gonna have to have some crazy hacking skills to be able to undo it.
Oh, I don't think anyone's gonna undo
it. And
Intel
will never.
No one's gonna undo
display it. Yeah.
And also, too, some of those, to be fair, might have failed validation or something, and so that's why they've been down.
Yeah, a lot of the times you see when they're actually going through their chips for validation, it might fail on hyperthreading for some reason. So that's why they actually make it a lesser core, because they got to get money back for it somehow.
Yeah,
right?
and then, but of course there is product segmentation too, where it's intentional to just make sure they get.
Well, I remember AMD used to do that too, though. Like with the GPUs.
doing it now with GPUs.
Well, they've been doing it for a while.
Yeah.
Like quite a long time. Because remember, there's some. I know when you're overclocking, there was a couple ones. What is the Fury? I think it was the baby Fury or whatever.
Yeah.
Like you could unlock and actually get a little bit more from it. But yeah.
Noob Slayer, $5. Hey guys, I'm building a new system with a 2080 Ti and 3900X and had a question. Should I go with a 2 terabyte 970 EVO or 4 terabyte 870 EVO?
I forget the difference between the 870 and the 9.
Honestly, the only thing I look at is, I don't worry about speed that much. Like, I'm not doing anything storage intensive, so I guess it depends on what you're doing. If you're not doing anything that's like slamming I/O all the time, capacity seems good, but...
Do they make a 4 terabyte?
I guess so. I don't know.
I could have sworn I looked it up because I'm actually building for my editing rig.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to build some storage, just to get like a RAID card, buy maybe 4 NVMe's, and I don't remember seeing 4 terabytes. But I could be wrong. I would say go for the 4 terabyte. I mean,
if you're going for storage, I don't know if there might be an endurance difference. I don't review storage anymore, so I'm not up to spec on these. But
he doesn't like storage.
It's like
I'm just kidding. I was busting on him yesterday.
No, I mean you're right though. Like it's so difficult to benchmark it properly.
Yeah.
That I just.
It can be difficult.
Yeah, just don't bother because we already have enough. So yeah, sorry, I'm not an expert on storage. I don't even pay attention to the drives. I look at SSDs as kind of a commodity, where to me it's like, as long as it meets some baseline spec of not sucking.
Not sucking.
Then I'll buy it. That's really all I look at.
So what you get from this is that they just don't suck.
Yes, right. That's all I look for. Nathan Mitz. I upgraded my rig, I guess, to a Ryzen 3800X, 16 gigabytes of RAM, but I'm still running a 980 Kingpin. I feel I should upgrade my GPU. What are your thoughts? It's got a Kingpin card.
Yeah, but it's a 980. So a 980 is pretty old.
It's pretty old.
I mean, obviously it's a Kingpin card, so you can overclock the hell out of it.
Yeah.
But 980 is kind of, you're pushing on quite an old architecture. I used to rule that architecture, but
I had the 980 Ti benchmarks in some of our tests.
That's not a Ti though. It's just a 980.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah,
so it's pretty old.
I haven't benchmarked the 980 non-Ti in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, I would probably upgrade from a 980.
The 980 Ti, for what it's worth, was a good jump over the 980, and jump from that to like a.
It was a big jump, actually.
It was like 30%, I want to say.
Well, the big thing was power. So I don't know if you remember back then, we had to we used to have to solder the cards like. So DeBauer used to solder on a bunch of cards for 8-pack, right?
Right.
And I used to solder my own cards, and I'd battle those two. And we actually used to have to do a bunch of firmware updates just on the power cards alone because of how much power those cards were pushing. So I don't know if I cut you off, but
nah.
But yeah, I would say I would upgrade to pretty much anything. I mean, it should be fairly cheap to upgrade a 980 to something else. I mean, what's the equivalent anymore to a 980?
I would have to look.
Under a 1070, right?
I don't know if it's under a 1070. I probably did benchmark that, actually.
I mean, that's got to be pretty close. It's a really good question.
Let's see. I think there's like unfortunately, when people ask these questions, I always want to, like about older hardware, I always want to answer it directly because I know I've tested it, but I don't keep all these numbers in my head, unfortunately. I do have some benchmarks. This is published a long time ago. Drivers are old. This was published 2016. And
yeah, drivers change pretty much a couple times a month.
But let's just get some baseline, though. Yeah. So in 2016, a 980 reference card, so it's worse than yours by quite a lot, was 83 FPS average in the division. It did well in low FPS. And then the 980 Ti was 99, and the 1070 FE was 107 FPS average-ish. 1080 FE was 128. So there's a jump of, let's see, 28 minus 83 by 83. 54% improvement from the 980 reference to the 1080 reference for point of reference. So Joe is right. Relative to what you purchased when you bought that card, it is not relatively more expensive to upgrade it. And is it worth it? The answer is it depends on if you're happy with the performance or not. If you're unhappy with it,
it really depends on what screen you're using.
That too, what resolution.
What resolution you're using, like what is your plans? Do you run multiple monitors? I mean, even a 1070 can run multiple
Do you need high
monitors.
refresh rate?
Yeah, it really depends. Like, what do you game? Like, I mean, certain games are better on certain cards. So
short answer is, if you're happy with your performance, no, you don't need to upgrade. If you're unhappy with the performance, well, if you have the money, then go ahead and upgrade. And if you do upgrade, a 1080 or higher, based on my benchmarks from 2016, just because that came up first, 1080 or higher would give you about from baseline 980 reference, would give you a 54% improvement. With just this division benchmark, it might be different in others. I could go look, but from a Kingpin card, you're starting at a higher baseline, so it won't be quite as big, but yeah, you'll still get a good jump.
In other words, just buy it. Buy something.
That's not what I said.
I know it's what I said.
51% in Black Ops 3 for whatever that's worth. All right. So is BIOS done? Are we done extreme BIOS overclocking?
We're done with we just upgraded the BIOS. It literally just booted.
Yeah.
I need to start cooling it down a little bit because it's getting a little high on temps. Did you? We're a little low on LN2 here. Do you want to start filling on?
Yes.
Screen?
So
here we go.
You want to walk through some of the tools for the job, and I'll fill this stuff up.
All right.
That.
Rule number 1. We have thermoses. So we need to get the liquid nitrogen from there, pretty much all the way over there.
We've got one
in there.
Closer, yeah.
So this is what we pour it in, or you can do something smaller. Depends on what you're benching and how often you have to pour. Usually, sometimes I use these and I'll pour this into this. You can buy these. These are really nice. I recommended these to Steve, the Stanley ones.
They're great, yeah.
Yeah, like they last long. Like the only time I've had to replace them is if I left my other ones on planes and stuff. So like these are pretty good. I had a big one. You gotta be careful dropping them because they are sealed. They're like big Yeti cups, you know.
So when you take them on planes, do you tell them like, oh no, don't? I just use this for liquid nitrogen.
No, well the thing is I don't put the tops on because you can use them for coffee and stuff.
Yeah,
I mean they're actually really good for a lot of different things. But.
And this is a doer.
It's just a bigger version of this actually.
Yeah, it's I'm not 100% the exact construction, but the top chamber comes down really low, so the actual fillable area kind of starts around here, and all this stuff on top is just like super, I guess, insulated. There's a lot of metal. Yeah. I don't know if these are vacuum chambers or not.
I think they are vacuum chambers.
I know these. I think
they are too. I think even this is vacuumed.
Oh yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. So Stores really well. I actually, when we went to Computex, we had some LN2 in here and didn't do anything with it for a while, for about, actually over a month. And I had 30 liters in here. Over a period of about 60 days, it was finally nearly empty.
Yeah.
So it stores a pretty long time.
I feel like these actually work a lot better than those.
Yeah, these kind of suck.
Yeah, they kind of just, they blow off too much. I don't know if it's just because of the way. Always hold this.
I know. Well, I didn't unleash. It
doesn't matter, even with that little bit.
So these are air gas cylinders, and I guess the biggest difference is I think if you probably had a brand new one, it would be better than that.
Depends on how they're sitting. If you haven't moved it.
Yeah, but these get like terrorized in transit. So.
Yeah, I think that has to do with air gas because the guys like I don't really deal with them anymore. By me, because they won't deliver to my house, so I have another company that doesn't.
Right.
And they're much easier to deal with.
Yeah, well, these they arrive like super dented. They come off the trucks. They've been, some of it you can't blame the company for because it's been like sitting in the sun all day while they do deliveries everywhere. So it's,
well, they blow off more too when they're in the sun.
Yeah,
it's
like
just the heat.
Big temperature delta, minus 196 inside and whatever outside.
Yeah.
So yeah, so the cylinders, these are 180 liter, and really common question is what does it cost? It's about $177, I think, is what I pay for these before delivery. I pay $5 a day for the tank storage, and it's kind of high actually. I didn't know it was that bad until I looked at the invoice.
$5 a day.
I think so.
I paid $2.
Really, with your new company?
Yeah, it's about $60 a month.
Well, last
and then
time
$200 per month.
Last time I called Airgas and said that's kind of expensive. They cut the price by 50%. So
maybe you should call again.
I'll try it again.
You'd be surprised. That's actually what most people do.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting a little high on here, but it's okay. 48.
For the temperature.
Yeah, because you can see the CPU temp about 46.
Yeah.
But it's also that mass is actually heating up. So.
Ace Reborn, who has been spamming chat with annoying messages for the entire stream, says, "I'm bored with Super Chat. It's so lame and big and sticks out like crazy. Do something about these spam guys." I'll leave that there.
Yeah.
So yeah, this tank is running low, but we have another one that's full, and I like that.
Yeah.
That's actually the best use of a monitor arm I've ever seen. Used it for my cup holder the other day.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're filling the Dewar. Dewar's 30 liters, costs like $600 for the Dewar itself, but it's worth it because it'll store forever. It's easier to pour out of, and into the LN2 the thermoses we're using, and I guess obviously the practical like real side of this. If you're going $600, why would you do that? Keep in mind that we're doing this as a business. Like I'm running a business. People watching generate money for us, so obviously I can justify it. But if you're like Joe did for many years, where you do it as an enthusiast first, it's really fun. It's for fun, right? You're doing the expense because it's like buying anything else that's fun.
It's like when you want to go to like a theme park, you're gonna go spend a lot of money just to have fun.
Yeah,
it's
right.
Exactly the same thing.
Yeah, you can go.
But
go to one park at Disney World for the same price as a Dewar.
Yeah, I mean it's awesome. That's pretty much how it is these days. It's quite crazy.
What are they saying? But does it cost $9.99? No, I'm not sure what that reference is, but I'm sure it's a reference.
I have a 1060 gigabyte with an R18. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
That's cool.
Oh, you were getting the Super Chat. Now 254, Norwegian 50. We got to catch up to this one too, but I have 1066 gig with
1800X. And thinking of upgrading to a 5700 XT, is it worth it? I have 1440p monitor.
I don't think that's a big enough jump personally, but like 1060 is definitely way under the 5700 XT, but I just don't.
For a 1440 though? Depending on what game you play, I think.
Yeah, depending on the game. 5700 XT will do 1440 really well. It's just I don't know. I guess personally, I always feel like a jump. That's not that many generational steps. I guess I try to run my cards either a really long time or make a bigger jump if I'm upgrading.
Me, I always get the best possible.
But the 5700 XT is a big upgrade from a 1060. I guess it just depends on the games. Apple's monitor stand. Thank you. That was the reference. Okay. Well, I guess.
Oh, $9.99.
Yeah.
For the monitor stand. Yeah. Well, I need to put something on this, or I gotta shut it off. Because we're getting up there. We're 51C.
You want to just pour? Here. Let's do a...
You want to put it in there?
Yeah.
It might be a little bit frozen though.
I need to grab this lower. Hold that.
I usually use these two. Okay.
Thank you.
Can't take Steve anywhere.
This is how you do it. All right, you good? You got enough to cool it down at least.
Yeah, I'll put
Ready?
it in.
It's very cold. It's very hot.
Feels good actually.
No, it does not if you touch it too long. It does not feel
Well,
good.
yeah, it starts burning, that's for sure. Trust me, I've burned myself many times. All right.
Why are they saying lag?
I always get that.
Yeah, but this is a lot of people.
F.
Let me see. I don't know if it's just because of how we ported or if it's... They're saying stream down. Why? Is this stream down? No, I don't think it's down.
Let me see.
People are saying refresh the stream. So I guess, guys, if you're in stream, push F5 to fix it. I don't know what the issue was, but everyone's saying that works.
You want to check it real quick?
No, I'm looking at it. I'm watching it on YouTube, and it's not
Yeah, I'm watching
lagging.
it too.
Yeah. Okay, well, you're watching a stream of us watching a stream.
It's quite.
Okay. All right. Cool, it's fixed.
All right, so let's start doing some BIOS
Yes,
settings.
let's
Huh?
actually
Let me just
do
get it a little
something.
bit colder. I wish they would make these sensors so that way they're more reactive.
Yes.
So like the CPU temperature, it's not going down as quick as the pot.
Right.
And it should be a decent mount, to be honest.
Let's see, super chats.
All right, so the first things we're gonna do is we're gonna set up a base. So this is a new BIOS, so I have to go through all the settings. MSI is a little interesting. We have to go all around the BIOS to really do stuff.
You need like a roadmap.
For real, it's pretty big. We're gonna set up all the PCIEs to Gen 1 for now, just for any cold issues. We're only running 2D stuff. We're not gonna be running anything crazy. So we're just gonna set them up to Gen 1. What that usually helps is that we can usually go colder. So that's really why we do that. It doesn't happen all the time. A buddy of mine, Jay, he got pissed off at me one time.
Not 2 cents.
No,
Different
different Jay. Yeah, basically we were trying to figure out why his chip was having a cold bug. This is a 9900K, and we couldn't figure out why minus 170. You should be able to bench full pot on it, and it was actually because we set Gen 1. It's usually the opposite. Usually when you set Gen 3, on any type of the Intel platform, that's when you can have issues. So you go to Gen 1 to not have issues. So, but anyways. So we got the onboard. We're going to turn off the LAN controller. We're not doing anything with that. Turn off the Wi-Fi. We're going to keep SATA. We don't need audio, so we're going to turn that off. There's no reason to have it while we're benching. So USB should be fine. Power management should be fine. We're going to keep all that. We're going to I'm not going to go into the AMD overclocking right now because once I start changing stuff, I have to go back into this. So it's weird that they have it this way. It's kind of hard to get around, so.
I got it.
You got it?
Fuck, where's the rag?
Can't take him anywhere. But anyways, so back to BIOS settings while Steve kills himself. But yeah, we're going to change it. So we're expert. We're not normal.
We're not? We're
Well,
not normal?
At least I'm not normal. Well, Steve is definitely not normal either. There's something going on with that.
That's for sure. You don't do this if you're normal.
You sure?
Yes. Quite.
All right, so we're just going to set up to around, we'll just do 4 gig just to get a base. Well, not 450 gig, but 40 gig. So we're just going to change the CPU ratio. So we're going to set up to 4 gig flat, which is 40 times 100, so that should equal 4 gig. We're going to keep the base clock, which this is by default at 100. It can be a little bit lower also. Oops, I hit the wrong button there. We're going to set the DRAM. Actually, we'll set the F clock first, and I'll figure out the DRAM. One of the big issues when you're doing liquid nitrogen, and On air and stuff, I like to, actually we might, do you want to show that? So if I boot in at 1900, do mem clocks at 3800, show the performance, and then back it down to 1467, just to see the baseline.
To illustrate the degradation.
Yeah, how much of an issue it is. So
you'll see it a lot with Time Spy.
Yeah, I hear a lot of people always talk about like the 3600 is the optimized Ryzen speed or whatever.
Right.
To be honest, you can go higher than that, and the F clock really likes it. I don't know, I haven't really found a chip that can't do 1900 on F clock with 3800 mem. That's like the sweet spot.
Yeah, we did that as well on ours.
Yeah, so I've heard people not being able to do it, but I also think it's the board. So probably depending on what board you're using, you might not get the same. So, but if you're on the Godlike, I haven't seen a chip that doesn't do it, so I can't really say. So.
Yes, I'll take notes too of the numbers we're running. That way we can more easily keep
well,
everyone
I'll
up
do
to date.
screenshots too, yeah.
Well, but I mean, so I can keep them up to date as we're going through the video. So, what are you going to run for this initial baseline test for like settings?
Okay, so I'm going to do 3800 on mem.
Okay.
1900 F clock. I'm going to do just basically 12, 12, 12, 12.
So timings, is that
28? Yeah.
okay?
I'm just gonna do something quick and dirty with CLs. It's easier to show on screens and stuff.
And you know 12 is going to run?
With these memory modules, they should easily.
Okay, very aggressive.
Well, I was doing this all yesterday.
What about frequency, core frequency?
Core frequency, I'm just going to set to 4 gig. I don't know what this frequency will do.
Okay.
I mean, we could probably set 4.4 and it'll probably be healthy.
You want to do 4.4?
Yeah, let's do 4.4.
Okay, so that'll be a little above where the average all-core overclock ends up with this chip.
Yeah, so one of the main things you got to do when you're going to do overclocking, right, is you got to go into DigiPower All, which is pretty much all the VRM settings. The VRM settings are very important, and one of the biggest ones, and I know Tin has done it on your channel a couple times about explaining like load line and what it does. So you need to be able to set it on there. And what's nice is, I don't know if you can see on the right part of the screen, when you set mode 1, it will actually go up a little bit on load, right?
Oh, Andrew, do we need to tilt the monitor towards you a bit?
Can you see it?
Normally I run it a little more, slightly more this way and then tilt it back.
Yeah, but I'm more important.
Do you need like that? Is that better? Down?
Yeah, I think there might be a little glare. You actually hit the thing. Can you turn it off?
Nope.
How do you turn it off?
That's it. It's going to be like that forever now.
No, I hate those. Where's the thing?
They're touch buttons on the bottom.
That's not the right button. Just touch it on the bottom, Steve. Just touch it on the bottom. Oh, that sounds terrible. Yeah. Anyways, so what we want to do is we want to set either mode 2 or mode 1. Especially when you're going, I want to have my voltage as close to what I set it to. And usually it depends on chip. You can play around with this. A lot of the times when you see, well, my chip does 4.4 at, I don't know, 1.4 volts, right? When someone says that, they might not be setting this right. Like, so if you set mode 1, you're going to be at 1.4. But if you're on auto, you might be all the way down at mode 8, which could droop a lot, which could be anywhere probably like 1.3. It depends on the board, depends on the type of VRM you have. Usually on air, I run about in mode 2. Sometimes mode 1, depending on the VRM of the actual motherboard itself. So on LN2, I'll pretty much jump it up to mode 1. Probably keep it there now. Okay, so we have over voltage protection. I'm just going to set that 400, just go whatever the max is. I don't understand this under voltage one. Like, I really don't see a need for it. So we're not going to really
I should also quickly interrupt because there was a question of, but 4.4 gigahertz, I thought 4.6 was boost. So 4.4 all core.
Yeah, this is all core. We're not just boosting a couple cores.
Or one.
So, yeah.
If that.
Yeah, that's if what's going on. So auto will kill everything if you clock too high.
Well, we're not running auto.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's not, well,
Man,
I just moved it, like, because I'm trying to see it. Anyway, so let's go over, keep on going. So the overcurrent protection, we're going to go to enhanced. You only have 2 options, so switching frequency, we can keep the auto. You got to be careful changing your switching frequencies. You have to be careful of what kind of cooling your VRM has, right? The more you increase the frequency, the more heat you're going to have on your VRM. So you want to kind of be careful here. You don't want to be setting on air so high because your motherboard will, the motherboard temp, like you can see it's pretty high right now.
Yes.
Because we don't have any LN2 on it.
Yeah, but once we start pouring,
yeah,
for
that's
what we're
going to
doing,
drop quite a bit.
Yeah.
52 is really not that bad, to be honest.
No, it's completely fine. A quick question here from Jorn Mulder. Why do you have the GPU not on the by 16 slot on the top? So it's not on the top because it's just, I think we could run it there, but...
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, but it's just to keep kind of condensation concerns away from the video card.
So when you're benching and stuff, like, we're only doing 2D stuff. So we're not, it's not that we don't care about the 3D performance.
Time SPI CPU, but it's not like,
yeah, but
that's
the
CPU,
CPU is CPU bound.
It doesn't do
GPU,
anything.
Yeah. So we're just trying to keep it away because when the liquid nitrogen vapors could go on it and they could affect the stability. So we just really want to pay attention to the CPU. So we're kind of moving it over. Also on or other platforms, this can cause an issue. So like if you have it in Gen 3, that might cause cold issues with the chip. By going over down to usually a lower slot, you can actually bring the generation down automatically. On some overclocking boards, they basically go down to like an X4 slot, and it's using not using the CPU, and it will let you go colder on CPUs. So
let me turn that light off. Someone said there's a bit of glare sometimes. Also, we're not using it right now anyway.
Yeah.
Let me know if you want it on, Andrew.
But yeah, let's continue a little bit more. Make sure my temps are good. So we're about 35 on the pot. So we're gonna go switching frequency. We're just gonna keep that on auto. VRM overprotection. I'm just gonna set this to higher. This doesn't mean it's gonna get killed. It just means it could get a little hotter just because we're pushing it so hard. It's just gonna allow it to
run hotter.
Run a little bit hotter. So we don't want to be at that part where it's running a little bit hotter and it just shuts down everything.
Yeah,
so.
And it's not likely we'll get that high, but just in case, it doesn't hurt.
Yeah, you got to be careful with certain ones on those, though. Like there's certain motherboards and manufacturers that they'll put in there, and
some of them are like 115.
Well, a lot of them they'll have where you turn it off completely, and then all of a sudden you overheat and you blow up the board.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna mute my mic for a second. Gonna pour some LN2 into the thermostat from the doer, so Joe can keep educating.
Fine. So the next part is we have the NB load line calibration. So it's the same thing as CPU basically. We're just going to set it to mode 1. It's just basically setting that voltage and making sure that it goes on load. It's a very important one. So we have the overcurrent protection. We're going to go over, so we want the enhanced. Switching frequency, it's going to be the same. DRAM, I think this is the one where we wanted to keep auto actually. From what I read on the optimized is not what we want. So we're just going to keep that one on auto. So this is basically just to control the phases. From what I read on this, it's basically for power savings. And right now we're overclocking. We need more power. So we're not going to end up doing, we'll just keep it on auto. So DRAM over voltage. So usually a lot of the times when you're overclocking memory and stuff, you need to have these protections like raised. So maybe if you're trying to do certain overclocking and you're like, well, this guy's doing this and I should basically easily be doing this.
Right.
You need to make sure these settings are set too. So
yeah, and be careful with just copying settings you see online, because there might be stuff that you don't see that they've done.
And also different manufacturers. Yeah, you don't want to really ever copy.
Yeah, because every CPU, all the memory is going to be a little bit different.
Yeah, you have different strengths on the CPU that might not have a good memory controller. Every CPU is different. I mean, you can have a base, but you can basically go and do a bunch of stuff. So we're going to under voltage. We're just going to leave it alone. I don't even know why we have that feature. We're going to do the overcurrent protection enhanced instead of the regular. Keep switching frequency, DRAM, VRM over temperature. So we're just going to raise that. Raise the DRAM one. Should be fine. This system is going to get pretty cold as it is, just when we start getting cold, so we can enhance those. I wouldn't recommend
this
these
is a stupid comment.
Temperature protections on air.
125 degrees Celsius is insane. You never want to go that high. I'm pretty sure any CPU will shut off at 100. That was for VRM, not for the CPU.
Exactly.
MOSFETs can do 125, no problem.
So, again, this is not the CPU. This is the VRM.
Yeah.
So it's a big difference between the two. So, I mean, a lot of people get easily confused about that. So
of course, yeah. It's just like, at the same time, though, to be like, that's too high, you don't know what you're doing. Come on, guys. Like,
This is my first time.
Oh, is it really? Oh,
yeah.
Okay. All right.
Never done this before.
See you later. Good luck.
Yeah. We should just stop doing this in general. Right? But anyway, so let's. I'm just gonna set about 145. I guess we can start. We're gonna do some bass. Yeah, we'll do some bass on. I'm gonna do a couple runs. Kind of like almost a stock.
I guess I'll note too. Okay, so 150 degrees Celsius is now fine. So a couple things. Components, MOSFETs, inductors can handle 125. Some can do 150. Can handle is different from what it's fine. I say it's fine because I know what we're doing today. It is fine. We don't care about. We're not going to have over temperature issues. If your MOSFETs are at 125 degrees Celsius, there is probably an issue somewhere. You should try to solve it. It's not going to blow them up immediately. You might get derating. You should try to look into why they're that hot, but I don't really think anyone's going to run into that issue for the most part, unless you're running way out of spec with the board and the CPU. So just to clarify that, I guess. Okay.
All right, so we'll go over some of the voltages too. I know this one's going to go over very well. So we're going to just put 145 just on the CPU. This is just because I know it's most likely going to work. I'm not trying to do the lowest voltage, but I can just pour liquid nitrogen on it right now. So this is not basically, I would go lower.
Don't copy these settings.
Yeah, don't copy these settings. So I'm just setting 1.15 on SoC. I actually set way higher when we go on liquid nitrogen. The next thing is, let's see. You'll see the CPU 1P8 voltage. I just raised it to about 1.9. I think that should be air safe too. DRAM voltage 1.95. This is needed to get like really low latencies, and low latencies with high frequency. So, and depending on what we're doing. So, what does it say? Are you using the MSI Godlike? Yes. This is the. Again, if you're just joining the stream now, we're using the MSI X570 Godlike, the Meg. And then we're using G-Skill Trident Z Royals. These are custom binned, but they're based on the XMP on them would be the 4800s. So they're the expensive G-Skill Trident Royals.
Right.
But which are actually really, really good too. I mean, if you want to, obviously you guys can't bin like I do, but to buy, if you guys want a really good set, I highly recommend them. They're a little bit more expensive, but if you're going to be overclocking and having fun and doing this for enjoyment, because that's why a lot of people do it, buy them.
Someone says, I don't know if this is actually true or not.
No.
I'll answer this quickly. Are you currently running empty pot? Yeah, basically. Someone said we got AMD engineers in here too. I'm not sure if that's true. I haven't looked at chat that closely, but
everybody's an engineer these days.
Yeah, but if there's someone from AMD, and it is Amit, then we'll be under some pressure because he does actually do their LN2 overclocking.
That's fine.
That would be cool though.
What is considered maximum for normal OCs? It depends. Have to chat teaching a pro overclocker.
Did you say what's normal for overclocks on this?
I guess they were saying what's the normal voltage for normal OC?
With Ryzen?
Yeah.
It should be low.
But here's the thing, on Ryzen what's nice is you really don't need to go too high frequency in Ryzen.
And overclocking is nearly pointless without. It really is though. I mean, like all core.
What do you mean?
So you get stuck at like 4.3, and it's so close to. You get performance regression in some tests because.
Oh, you're talking about just doing.
I'm talking about like normal air, and by air I mean water or air.
Yeah, you're going to get most of your performance from FClock.
Yes, that is not pointless. So FClock and memory. That's where you get your performance. We did a memory benchmarking piece. It's on the channel. It's pretty new, so it should be towards the top. And what we found was high FClock and like 3600 mem if you want to run XMP, or maybe even 3800 sometimes with some tuning. Both of those give you a much wider performance range than doing just like a 4.3 all-core will ever do. So spending time on your memory is where you really want to spend time, and FClock with Ryzen 3000.
It's really the big bonus for Ryzen.
Yeah, that's where there's a lot of point to doing that.
Just the way it integrates just with memory, FClock integrates with memory it's really the bonus.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is just setting a higher frequency number for memory doesn't make your performance better. You might have regression once you exit that 1-to-1 ratio.
No, that's kind of what I want to show you guys now is pretty much when you go through and I'm setting 3800, which is a 1-to-1 relationship because it's actually 1900 and you have 1900 F clock, right? So usually we double the performance, or double the, because it's, was it dual data rate? Well, I forget what the actual explanation
double
is.
Double data rate, yeah. GeoMDX says, excellent show. Thank you.
Welcome. You're
yeah.
welcome.
Yeah.
Make sure it's doing what it's
memory
supposed to.
makes a lot of sense to do on this. All core, I really wouldn't fight it too much because also you have to start pushing the voltage pretty high on some of the chips that have been out worse. And yeah, we saw a range, just to give perspective, we saw a range top to bottom in the worst case scenario. Biggest difference possible was maybe Tomb Raider or Hitman, range of about 45%. From like 2400 megahertz XMP to, or whatever it was, to I think it was 3800. And
we're getting a loop.
So 45% range from like really not good memory or poorly tuned memory to reasonably well tuned memory. Nothing. We didn't spend hours on it. It's a big difference.
Yeah, that'll do.
This guy's beard is epic. Someone says.
Thank you, broski.
So you've got a boot issue, which just means it didn't like one of the settings.
Yeah, and I have a feeling it has to do with the boot or the high 4 to 4. That's why I usually set 40.
Yeah, we can do 40 for baseline. That's fine.
Yeah, that's what we're pretty much going to do. I just want to show the difference in performance between the F clock.
I wonder if they could achieve if they used the LN2 line from the tank directly into the pot in a slow feed. So Vince kind of did that with RoboClocker. The biggest problem with trying to like slow feed LN2 into it.
It's not that easy.
Yeah, is you don't necessarily want a constant feed or even a temperature-based feed.
It's a weird one.
Because you watch guys like Joe or like Vince, and when it's really going, like when the bench is really going, there's a lot of precision in the pouring.
Yep.
And sometimes, I guess a good example is you could argue that, hey, why don't you do a temperature-based line, and then once it gets to a certain temperature, only let LN2 out. That would be a good idea, but there's some small stuff too, like towards the end of the bench in 3D. Like when you're at the end of the bench run, you don't want to really add more LN2.
No, you want to cut it off completely.
Because you'll plunge the temperature when it ends.
Yeah, because you're going so close to the cold bug that you don't want to hit that cold bug, because as soon as you're pouring, and you basically, the pot is soaking up LN2, but it's under power, under load. So when the bench is running, it's under load, but as soon as that load comes off, all of a sudden the temperatures are due a huge spike. So you have to be very careful on your pouring technique. So it's a little bit more than just
you don't want to spike down, because if you're over pouring, or if you're pouring through the end of the bench and it stops, the load goes away, your temperature will dive, and then you'll cold bug.
What's F1? Actually, it's all F6.
All right. Some of these, this is a good comment. So this is how far back are we on chats? We're about an hour back. Let me catch up on, let me do this screen.
Get on it, Steve.
Let me do this screen of chats. That'll get us up to the last 30 minutes.
All right, so let's fix this real quick.
And Joe's going to fix the booting. Nick Mosley, $2. The TR1920X is now $199. You should do a vid versus the 3600. Hey, Patrick. I have an idea.
That's convenient.
The Threadripper 1920X is $200 now. We should do a comparison versus 3600. That was my idea. I just came up with that.
Look at
that. We don't need to do it this instant. It can wait a little bit. Yeah,
already?
It's done. Okay, it's finished. Ow. Patrick's writing the script right now. That's a good idea, though. Thank you. Chaos County Custom Computers. Joe, do you ever make your own LN2 pots, and do they work? That's a good question.
I usually just modify whatever everybody else has. I haven't, to be honest, I haven't had the access to tools until really now to be able to do it myself.
Didn't you get like a...
I have a milling machine.
Oh, nice.
So to be honest, I can modify pretty much anything I want. It gets a little expensive trying to mess with big blocks of copper. So like, I'll probably end up doing some modifications and playing around with my own. Let me see what this is doing. But yeah, I mean, it's a good question. I know a lot. I have a lot of friends that have done it. So it's kind of like one of those things where we all work together. I mean, it's a community type thing. So we usually, yeah, something's. Oh, I might have a mem setting up.
Mem setting?
Yeah, that's what it is.
We got
good question.
Let's see.
Let's see. I might have said something.
Shane Mitchell.
3000. Actually, I don't think I set that auto.
Shane Mitchell says, given HBM's small footprint on the PCB, well, it's on the, yeah, I get your point, but given its small footprint on the PCB, is there a reason we haven't seen any low profile cards with it? Well, you kind of would have hoped that, you know, if anyone remembers that AMD event where they gave Tim Sweeney from Epic Games a mini I think it was Vega card as a gift. It was like a really short Vega card, and that was a fake card. But I don't know that ever did that come out. Vega 56 Mini. Nope, I don't see one. Maybe it's just wasn't enough volume. To answer your question, it's probably just cost. I mean, HBM's expensive, so there's not many cards that have used it. The cards that have used it weren't particularly high sellers. NVIDIA put it only on the really high-end stuff, I think the Titan V, and AMD put it on their Vega series, which wasn't a huge market saturator. So it's probably just a matter of the cost was high to begin with, and then demand was low for that particular product, so it didn't really happen in the small form factor space. It could, though. There was a lot of empty space on the PCB. AMD even planned it with that mini ITX size one they gave Tim Sweeney. Big Al 268, good to see you back. Love these live streams. Please keep them coming. Just got an XFX 5700 XT Ultra off of Newegg. Have a 3900X and Asus TUF X570. Can't wait to build it. Yeah, that's a bunch of very new parts. So I have not tried the XFX 5700 yet. I need to order one maybe today. I did see that the thick was on there finally. So I guess we'll review that one. But have fun building it. Adam Schumann Sr., see you a lot too. We want tater tots.
It's Adam. Yeah. He's a big tater tot fan.
Is he? Is he the one who started it?
No, to be honest, I don't remember who did.
I just remember you said tater tots and then it started.
I was hungry that day. What can I say?
I've got about...
And who doesn't love tots? Come on. Exactly.
Yeah. Check the video we publish later for more of that. We get this whole page done so we can catch up on Super Chats a little bit. Jason, Kataspati, did you know Intel broke AVX 512 with the recent microcode update to X299? It's right over on the EVGA site. Search for my name. EVGA confirmed the issue. I did not, but I can give them a call and ask. Thanks for the tip. Addy T.
Oh.
Did you find it?
No, you know what it is I always forget. Remember I said that I was going to go back through the AMD overclocking?
Yes.
That's what I forgot to do. Yeah, so I got to go back in here, except they have all this stuff that's all over. So I need to set that DRAM controller. So 1T is set. Okay,
looks like I already did it.
No, there's one I did not set, and I don't think it's in there. This is why I don't like it. To be honest, I wish MSI would clean this up a little bit. It's actually it's under advanced DRAM. There's that proc.
Oh, ODP or OD, whatever that thing's called. It should be like 40. What did I say it was? 36, 48?
I actually did 60, and then I did a range. I did a range.
Okay,
yesterday.
I wrote down 34, but if you had a better one, go for it.
No. Oh, proc OD.
Oh yeah, okay.
So
hopefully that helps.
I want to say I was at 60 yesterday.
You tried 60 initially, for sure.
No, I did 30. I did yours initially.
I remember.
Sure, we'll just try either one first.
Do we know what exactly that setting does? It's a resistance number.
I forget. There's some resistance, but it helps for clocking.
That's
memory clocking.
I wish I could explain it better, but
yeah,
I should mention that to demystify a bit of the overclocking stuff. Even talking with experts who actually do this all the time, like Joe or Vince or BuildZoid, any of them, there's some settings where you'll ask, hey, so what does this do? And the answer might be, I'm not really sure. I just know that it needs to be this number.
Yeah, a lot of the times, well, I know there's a specific reason for it. I can't remember what it is offhand, but a lot of the times that when we start setting that, we find out initially what it is, and then we go and just, yep, that's just what it needs to be.
Yeah, you just...
And then we kind of forget exactly what it was for.
Yeah, you research it when you need it, and then you figure it out, and then you forget about it.
Yeah, we might try 30.
There's too many numbers to remember all of them. Addy T.
Yeah, it keeps on getting memory overclocking. What was this? I got this yesterday, and I can't remember what I did.
I'm not sure.
This is what happens when a board dies.
Dial back the the timings a bit.
Yeah, that's probably the next one. I'm just gonna go and set that one part.
Really
real quick.
aggressive.
12 is not that bad, to be honest. Where's that one?
You're right. It's not bad. It's pretty good.
Would you say 34?
Yeah, 34.3. 34.
Well, 34.3 is what we're gonna know.
Yeah. Addy T, when overclocking featuring Snowflake, Snowflake's never been in those videos because I don't want her anywhere near this stuff.
Usually animals don't like it too much. They kind of get freaked out. Like my animals and stuff, they kind of just don't like it.
Also, like, the cats are too curious. They knock stuff over too.
Let me make sure that there's nothing in here.
Let's get can we, you have an idea of what's going on, or?
It's something with memory is definitely failing. I wonder if there's some paste somewhere.
No.
Be surprised.
No.
All the paste that was all over here yesterday? I'm going to back it down real quick.
Yeah, I was going to say, just back it down. Let's just get a baseline. Forget the... You don't need super aggressive numbers for that. And then you've got... You set SoC already. You got mem set. VDDG, did you get that one?
Thought I did. Nope. That's probably it.
You were doing 1150 yesterday?
Yep.
And then...
What else was it?
Let's see. You got LLC set. SoC voltage is set, right?
Yeah, I could probably go to 1.2, 1.25.
I think that's all. Disabling C states, you do that too?
I don't think I did.
That might not be really, that's not going to affect booting.
It really doesn't.
That's not going to affect booting. VDDG might affect booting.
Let me see. Let me just try that real quick. Okay. I don't want to change too much.
Yeah, I really want to get a baseline number so we can show something running.
Yeah, okay.
See, Ian Conway, my 2700X has constant temperature swings of 7 to 10 degrees at idle. Also have GPU hooked up to the same loop without this problem. Any clue why it's happening? That's what CPUs do. Idle is...
Could also be where the temperature is reading from,
yeah.
I think.
And idle might... Like, it's hard to say without me looking at the system. Idle might not really be idle. Like, you might not be doing anything, but there could be a flash of a process in the background by Windows or something. Pops up, runs, stops running. That'll cause that. So I wouldn't worry about it unless you're seeing bad load temperatures and stuff too. Big Al, that was XFX 5700XE Ultra Thick too. Yes, that's what I need to get as well. I need to order one of those. Awesome Cloud 20, thank you. No message.
Yeah, we're just gonna go.
Gonna lower it. Exile Acid $5. How risky or hard is a 5 gigahertz overclock on a 9900K? Would it make much of a difference? It is not risky. It is not hard to answer that question. Would you ever consider doing a guide to overclocking popular CPUs? We've done them in the past. You can kind of watch the streams to get an idea. I know it's really a long-form version of it. Have you done guides yet on your channel? Or?
No, that's actually the plan. So,
well, Bearded Hardware. He's linked in the description below. Go subscribe to him. Put him over 10,000 subscribers. And
yeah, that's the plan, is to actually do some OC guides, kind of like what we're doing here.
Well, I don't want to do them, so
yeah,
it'd be great if you do them.
I enjoy doing them. You'll see that I basically bench pretty much everything. So
the really basic stuff, you don't have to go too crazy, but your basic stuff is V-core, so voltage. You need to look up based on each processor where the safe voltages kind of are. But voltages, multiplier, that's going to do all the basics for you. Then there's some other stuff on the side like system agent voltage, I/O voltage, stuff like that.
Something else is up, dude.
Can we just try just booting it, like without anything applied?
Something's weird.
Well, we haven't benched this board, remember? So.
Yeah, but when there's dirt and shit in the slots, we have another memory anyway. Just switch them out real quick. There could be like a bad module or something, because you touched the other one. You know? Just kidding.
If it doesn't work, just boot without any settings and see if it works then.
You sure? No, I'll do that.
Let's
just
see.
Give me a sec.
I think we answered that one pretty well. Love Sync, chat demands cat. She's not here. Mac Drew 421. What do you guys think of the Samsung C-Die chips? Found some in the Corsair Platinum RGB DIMMs. Memory app said it was B-Die. That's funny. I don't know. Do you know anything
the Corsair
about C-Die?
stuff? I'm not sure. I haven't. To be honest, I haven't got a chance to test it. So I
don't know anything about Samsung C-Die. I know they've got an A die coming out. A little bit about that. I know a little bit about B die. That's what pretty much.
Yeah, I
everyone.
haven't got my hands on any of the new.
Yeah. Adam Schumann Sr.
Plus, Corsair bins compared to like G-Skill bins are usually a lot different.
Yes. Steve grew a
at
beard.
that.
He would look like a lion. Nice. Okay. So one of the modules, maybe? Is it the same settings? Or do you-
Well, I just put it on auto, but it's 3819.
Okay.
So
CL12.
I'm wondering if one of them still has water on them or something. Probably need to be cleaned.
Very possible. Especially if we got like water in the. I don't know. They're pretty warm.
Well, they're warm now.
Yeah.
That's okay though. They can run with one.
No, I know. I mean, I think it would have evaporated by now.
Yeah.
but-
See, we're running at 38. It's just very high CL. I'm just gonna bump down the CL now.
So it boots.
Yeah. So
Good.
some with the modules, I guess.
Or the.
We were playing quite a bit yesterday, so
Yeah.
sometimes I don't think we ever really clean them properly, so it could be an issue.
Right.
I like to soak those things in alcohol.
Pure is $2. Is
After
there IPC parity between Zen 2 and Skylake 6700K?
What?
Zen 2.
6700K.
Zen 2 is ahead of. I should think should be ahead of the 60.
They're probably even because the 6700K, like it was hard to find a 5 gig 6700K.
Oh yeah, talking about IPC, I think
But IPC is probably similar, no?
similar or higher on Zen 2. It's a little higher in some.
In some aspects.
Some
of it.
aspects.
To be honest, I haven't touched the 6700K in forever.
Yeah.
It's probably been
Uh,
a couple years actually.
Definitely at least parity, though, I think. Commands are roll at $2. Just want to say great stream. Thank you. Well, thank you for watching, Sam. Good to see you in chat.
Oops.
I still remember the Titan X loaner from years ago. Pop Shepherd, $2. Where does one get the Maelstrom benchmark? Are you familiar with that? Maelstrom benchmark.
I feel like that's a trick question or something. I have no idea what it is.
I don't even know what that is. Is it
Look
like
it up.
Maelstrom PC system performance benchmark graphs? Is it a game or is it a benchmark? I can't just look for. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry. Oh, here you go. The Finnish guy who bought the toolkit earlier says $5. Steve with a beard, and then says, and the Finnish R-E-N-E is pronounced with a hard R, and the E's are like an English let word. Renee?
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 Is that right?
Renee?
At least the first one. Thank you.
It's good to know.
Thank you for correcting. Yeah, much appreciated. FJ5, $10.
Apparently we suck at languages.
Wow. Yeah. How often do BIOS updates brick a board? My Asus X570 workstation, ouch, just bricked itself with Easy Flash. That sucks. Nah, I
Now
haven't.
CL doesn't work, so
Okay.
that's the issue.
I haven't had many die from BIOS updates. Typically they will if it shuts down or something in the middle.
I think this is the problem. Actually, let's just do this. This should be fine.
50.
Yeah, I'm just going to high
Okay,
value.
all right.
No, I think I went too low because last night I was going from 3800 mem to like, what is it, like 29, whatever, whatever's double
2933.
1473 or whatever.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
Worst comes to worst, we can just put it on another one.
Just get a run.
Yeah.
Anything, yeah. All right, so.
This is what we go through though every single time.
Yeah, well, normally it's not on stream.
Yeah, yeah.
Because
Well, some of my streams.
it's all prepped, but since the prep blew up, it has to be done again, so you get to see the full process. A couple toolkit purchases, like I said, if you buy toolkits during the stream, great way to support us and help pay for hardware that dies in the process. And we will both be signing, if you buy one of the signed ones, Joe and I will sign each one of those that's bought today and tomorrow. And tomorrow we're doing 5700 XT with 3900X. So we got an order from Reed in Missouri, who picked one up. Thank you for that. And got one in from, I'm just going to try and spot check these. Wilfred from France, thank you. Matthew from Massachusetts picked up a mod mat in the toolkit. Thank you for that. How's that going? Do we need to step it down?
I'm just trying one more setting, and then I'm just gonna end up going back to what booted.
Okay.
So, and just do a run.
Just XMP.
Yeah. Well, no, it's I'm still setting 3800 and
Okay.
1900, but doing the auto timings. For some reason, low CLs is just not going.
Okay.
I'll just bump it up to like
You always
15,
do.
15, 15.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah.
15 or 14. It's not worth pushing that hard on memory.
It's strange though. These ran 12, 12, 12, 12 pretty much all yesterday.
I don't know. Yeah, I have memory do that all the time. Like, it won't
Could be
work.
cold though,
It
too.
just doesn't work sometimes. You have your heaters plugged in? Socket heater's not plugged in.
No, I don't want that on.
Don't want it? Okay.
Yeah, it will create water inside.
Okay.
You gotta wait until about -50 before you turn the heater on.
Okay. Good to know. Ian from Arizona picked one up. Thank you, Ian. How's chat doing?
Are there t-shirts?
What was there a question?
Yeah.
No.
Not sure what that means.
Let's see.
Yeah, let's go back and just set all auto.
Twelve 1T, question mark. Pull F clock back from, oh, you know what? It's a different chip too. Ours does 1900 though, but that's a good point of pulling F clock back if we need to.
Well, the whole point is to show it. It should be able to do it.
It did boot with that though.
Yeah, it booted fine.
Yeah.
No, wait, it's when I set the timing, basically.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, like that.
It did for now.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. It's booting finally. There we go. Nice.
Yeah, for some reason it didn't like 1212.
What did you end up doing? So let me write down the changes. You got 3800 mem, 19F clock.
Yeah, I don't think it's 1228 though. I'll show you this.
Okay.
Here. Just open it up and show you.
Looks like AMD isn't quite caught up in IPC with modern Intel, but I guess that's not. Just addressing the earlier
Yeah,
question.
so we're doing 4 gig. MEMS, the gear down because of the 1 ratio. I'll change that real quick.
Okay.
That means I just got to reboot.
Do you want to explain what you're looking at?
I'm not
for
really
that?
sure why they. Well, so you'll see gear down if you. It's that we have to go into the advanced settings, and I have to basically go down there and turn that off, so that way you can run 15, 15, 15. It's just, it's kind of annoying.
So your goal is CL15, and then what's
all
the last?
15s.
What's the last number you're running? 50.
This is 5889. That's just auto. I'm just setting these really the first ones.
Okay.
Again, it's a new chip, so. Sorry, I fell asleep. Did I miss anything?
Not yet.
Not yet. We're getting there.
Yeah, just the setup. There's a lot of good explanation about what's going on and stuff.
Hell yeah.
Let's see. 9900K dead in the water, lol. Ha 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 ha. This is like, that's like the kind of childish comment that's just not conducive to anything.
Do you remember when we talked about it? We should just do that.
9900K is not, like, it still genuinely is the best, the highest frame rate gaming, good frame times.
It's a great chip, man. You can't go wrong with it.
There's no point in being like, lol, AMD best.
Yeah, here it is. Yeah, so if you're getting like, if you set 15 and you basically go in here to gear down mode. So one, we got to do 1T. That's where we want to be. And then the next one is we got to go to disabled.
Okay.
That's it. But every time, what happens here, I don't know what, this is just an MSI board, but when I change any F clock, this all goes back to default. So you got to go back into it here and basically change it again. It's just weird. What?
Do you know what it was 15, 15, 15?
Well, yeah, because gear down mode is enabled, it turns the first CL to 16.
16? Yeah. Okay.
It's,
Annoying.
I'm not really sure on that. All I know is that how to fix it.
Yeah. You got 4.4 or 4.0?
This is 4.0.
4.0, okay.
Yeah, I haven't changed it since.
So we're just doing baseline.
Yeah, we're just doing a baseline. Not going too crazy on it as far as clockwise.
Let's see.
All right. Yeah, you can see a little bit for what we ran yesterday. But
Oh, yeah. Well, let's work back up to that. Let's do baseline. You want to do time spy?
Yeah, let me just kind of clean this up real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, we can do time spy. Because it's really easy to see in time spy compared to something like R15, because R15 is really not anything, man.
Right.
Barely, I guess you could say.
Super chats. Chief Phaeton, OC, check Twitter. I posted pics and tagged you. Okay, let's see. Let's see if I can find him. Where is it?
All right. So we're gonna do.
Oh. What is that? That's interesting.
Oh, there's a T-Rex pot.
Oh, that's the new.
Yeah, it's a new top. So it's basically this top. So this top is actually originally from the Venom.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I like the new. He's got the T-Rex in it.
The Captain Overclock.
Yeah, I love Captain Overclock.
All right. So it's actually going to run now. CPU only.
Yeah.
And we're going to get a baseline. This will be worse than stock for the frequencies because we're just at 4.0 all-core.
Maybe we should just bump it up to 4.4.
It's fine. Don't even worry about it.
It'd be easy though.
No, don't worry about it. Let's just get some baseline numbers in just for comparison, right? We just need to compare F-clock changes. 1467 is the other one you're going to do?
Yeah, because that's the one that we're...
What's your temperature?
Only 19.
Okay.
Since you're not getting a boost based on it, so it shouldn't change based upon temp.
So finally get a baseline number.
Yeah, what sucks is basically we got to bring the F clock down when we start getting cold. So if we set the 1900 F clock like we are here, basically...
Performance goes up like crazy.
Performance is crazy. It's nice, but when you start going cold, you can only bench at minus 90. And because the AMD cores can't clock as high, they really need cold. So you really need to be in like the minus 160 range to really get anything out of them. So what we have to do is basically lower F clock.
So I'll make a score column here.
Yeah,
Score
12,015.
I guess I should write down the FPS too, just for point of reference.
Yeah, I always do that.
What is it?
40.37.
Okay, got it.
Right.
Okay.
So now what we're going to do...
So are you leaving memory alone and just changing F clock?
Yeah, I was just going to basically...
So everything the same but F clock. And if you're curious about this in the stream, viewers, we did a lot of this testing for a separate content piece. So if you want to see memory testing, F clock testing, stuff like that, we have a lot of it there, but we're going to do a bit more.
Actually, the memory frequency will go down, the timings will be the same.
Okay, got it. So you're going to do 1467?
Yeah, and whatever double that is. I always forget what that number is.
Okay.
I think it's like 29, whatever.
2933.
Yeah, 34. So we'll just do this as the base.
And our score was 12,015 points, so we'll use that as a tracker for comparing versus this number. And then once that's done, we can do the actual overclocks.
Yeah, remember I have to go up on.
MobiFix, 3 to 4% Branson EC, 96 to 97% purified distilled water, just for that cleaner solution earlier.
Yeah.
That's what they recommend.
Yeah, the Branson stuff is really supposed to be good.
Evocati Productions. Do you plan on testing X470 with 3950X? I'm not sure. Would love to see your experience with the Crosshair 7 Hero.
Everybody loves that board. You know how many times I get that question all the time?
Yeah, it was popular. Have you tried per CCX overclocking? I have. Yes. Oh, from Matt Tech LV in Discord. Yeah, I have done CCX overclocking. I did it with, it wasn't something we published. It was the one I was talking about earlier. It worked. It helped. I really wanted just higher all-core, though. But
yeah, why would you want something half?
I think like for maybe more normal use, it makes sense. But
It would be good. Well, I'm thinking more of an overclocking perspective. Like, one of the reasons why I wanted a 3900X is for a program called SuperPi 32M. It's pretty much like the OG benchmarks of overclocking, where really overclocking started. So what's nice about that, it's obviously single threaded. So for something like that, overclocking each individual one would be really beneficial.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And fun too. So if you want to do like some really crazy memory stuff, which I wanted to do, but now I have to find another 3900. Yep. But anyways, so we're pretty much
finally rolling. So time spy with F clock lowered, memory lowered.
Yeah, let me just make sure CPU Z and all
You can
that.
run them out of sync too, but it's not great.
What do you mean out of sync?
You can run.
No, because you can't really run. If you run them out of the sync, then the performance even goes worse.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
if you're trying to...
This is the optimized way to do it, to
Right.
keep them the same, right? So you want to keep 1466, 1466. That's what you want to see in CPU.
Yeah.
So.
Joseph in Arizona picked up a toolkit. Thank you. Like I said, if you buy one of the Gamers Nexus toolkits during the stream today or tomorrow, we're going to sign them all. Does this one have all? Yes. We're going to sign them all, and
Don't be breaking stuff over there.
and
It's my job.
we'll be sending, let's see. Yeah, I think I got all of them in here. Sometimes the tools go missing because we use them for stuff. There's one missing in here. So that's the toolkit. It's got 10 tools. They are a CRV steel. These two are A3 hex heads, and really spec'd for strength and long-term use. So my goal was long service life. Don't have to replace it really. And magnetized tips for you, which helps out, of course. And we ship it with the zipper pouch bag that's custom embroidered and everything. So we custom made everything for this. But you can get those on store.gamersnexus.net. The goal was to make it for GPU teardowns. That's why it's got like that video card diagram on it. It's pretty cool. And it has everything you need for all the RTX cards except the 2060 changed one screw size after we started making that. And then it's got everything for pretty much every other card I've worked on recently.
Always have to change stuff up.
Yeah. But a screw though, like, I think I finally realized why they did it. I have a suspicion they were having clearance issues with the capacitors and the screws, because that's why we had to grind down the hex heads.
Yeah.
So that it wouldn't hit
Yeah,
them.
you're talking about that outer piece, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm thinking they might have had clearance issues on that one.
All right, yeah, this is finished. Do you want to?
Yeah, so score is 11,457, which is a big reduction.
So just imagine, so if you're pushing F clock, not many people are running 1900, 3800. And what I've seen like on the forums, everybody says, well, 3600, which would be 1800 F clock. And that's what, so if you're just pushing like stock, this is you can gain quite a bit of performance. Like you're going from 11.4, or was it almost 11.457 to pretty much over 12,000.
Yeah, and the difference there, just in percentages, is about 4.6% reduction from the original score to the new score. In frame rate, that comes out to be about 2 FPS, but that's in a synthetic benchmark.
Yeah.
2 FPS in time spy is a lot. In like,
yeah, it's extreme a lot, to be honest. It's
that's a
for
big,
benching, that's actually really big.
That's a big change.
I mean, it doesn't seem too big, but it really is.
Well, if you're thinking in terms of frame rate and you're like 60 versus 62, I can't notice that. Then yeah, it's not a lot.
Yeah.
But in terms of scoring,
yeah,
it's
scoring,
a lot.
It's a lot.
All right, let's do some actual stuff. So,
Start pushing it?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
So I guess leave the memory kind of till last and.
No, I'm going to keep it how it is right now.
And push core?
Yeah, I just want to save this as a base, and I'm just going to put it on 2 and just start pushing some temps. No, I'll enable the heater and everything. So I'm curious why memory was like that.
Oh, you know what? I had something else, a light announcement for today as well. I actually finally listed our fall hoodie, so I'm going to link that in chat.
I really like that hoodie.
Yes, I need to get you one. So this fall hoodie is brand new. I listed it last night, and it's actually back here. If you want to pick it up, it is on the store. It's a lightweight hoodie. A lot of people bought our Raglan hoodie that we're still selling. It's the one with the 2 blue sleeves, and it's got the anniversary logo on the back, stuff like that. This one's actually the original Gamers Nexus front and back logo. But the Raglan hoodie is a good seller. This is the same material and same like weight, so it's a really lightweight hoodie meant for kind of cooler weather, like spring or fall. And same material. If you like the Raglan hoodie, you probably like this one. Difference is it's a pullover instead of a zipper hoodie. So that's up on the store now. I linked it in chat. It's also in the description if you want to pick it up. But that's the original GN logo. I didn't order too many of these. It's not a limited product, but I'm not going to keep a lot of them in stock just because I don't know, we already have a lot of inventory tracking going on. So I'm trying not to get too crazy with it.
You mean you have to work more?
It's a lot more work.
Yeah.
Yeah. So not too many in stock, but there should be enough for the stream for sure.
All right. Okay. So you just want me to get started?
Yes. Let's
all right, I'm going to just bring down the temps to about 0.
0, okay. Where are you trying to stay for booting?
I usually just do like 4-4. nothing crazy.
Okay, and then you're gonna change it in.
Yeah, so MSI has a nice
tool
little utility that they've given me. What's nice is, and most likely sometime next week, I have a utility they gave me so that way I can give to the public.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah, so that I'll end up probably giving an announcement sometime next week about the version that you guys can use
for overclocking.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so,
it's way better to do it in the OS. It's easier to boot too.
So we're gonna bump up the SoC voltage to 145, and basically just start from there.
Forgot to mute my mic first.
Maybe do 1.5 on the CPU and just go from there. I'm gonna save this on the LN2 profile. Profiles are your friend. Best thing to do. That way you can just revisit and you don't have to go through all the painful process that I just did.
Yeah. GPS switch is set to silent mode. Yeah, we don't care about the... This one doesn't have dual BIOS though, does it? I forget. I just tested
I don't think
a few days
Gigabyte
ago.
does them.
No, it doesn't have
dual BIOS. Yeah. I don't...
Maybe they're talking
remember.
about... They might be talking about something else.
Yeah.
Are you restocking the mugs? Yes, I placed an order like 3 days ago, so they're getting made. We have maybe 20 of these in stock right now. I just placed an order for more because they were running low. But these are these have been really popular since I introduced them. It's a gold trim on the top, and then the anniversary logo, which is also on our original limited shirt, and just a cobalt blue pint glass on the store. Store at camerasnexus.net for that as well.
All right, so we're about minus 20 right now. Just gonna drop it off a little more. Is that Notchwell fan better? Steve?
What about it?
Is that fan a little bit better?
Yes, but definitely position it the other way. Don't pull it through the hub because it'll kill it. Give me the Noctua fan. I'll set it up for you.
Yeah, why don't you do it?
I'll zip tie.
I don't want to mess your...
I'll just put it here if you want to do that. And just zip tie it in
Suck
place.
it out.
Pushing that way.
Yeah, that's fun too.
I guess that'll maybe get on the monitor depending on how crazy it is.
How fast is that one?
1400 RPM.
Okay.
So I got it.
Yeah, but that thing has a short...
I
guess, there's
extend
a
it.
header right there anyway. Literally right there. It's like perfect spot.
This is also a trick Patrick does. Just like hold it in place with a screwdriver. Well, then you have a short possibility, but is that might be close enough. We got an extension cable.
Let's see.
So what are you running for settings right now?
I just bumped the SoC voltage up to 145.
Okay.
That's pretty much the main thing.
145 SoC, what's the core frequency?
I think I kept the 4.
Okay.
I didn't really change it, yeah. I'm going to change it now, though. I mean, I'm going to end up changing it anyway when we're going, so it's kind of pointless. The reason why I keep it pretty much within reason, because you never know if paste cracks. So it is a thing where paste can actually freeze up, and then you'll basically have no contact over your CPU.
Right.
So you want to kind of be careful of that. So you don't want to have... imagine just basically having in your processor with no paste or cooler, and you're running 5 gigahertz.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how you have insta-fail.
Right.
You basically end up killing your chip. So what we'll do is we'll go to just 4.4 because I haven't ran it personally on here. I have the voltages of 1.5 on the CPU.
Okay, I'll take notes on what you're running.
Yeah. I'll take screenshots of it too.
Well, yeah, but I like my way better for making content later. It's a lot easier to go by notes because you're going to take all the screenshots home with you.
True.
So you're doing memory, you're at 3800?
Yeah, it's all the same.
1900
no. Memory's all at 2934.
Oh, okay.
Because remember, we have to run lower because of the F-clock.
Okay, and 1467. And then frequency, you're doing 4.4 for now?
4.4, yeah. We bumped up from 40 before, so we should see a nice increase with the 400 megahertz.
Piromatis. I won't be asking again as I don't want to spam. Thank you. Thanks for the great content. Do you have any tips when it comes to Air OC on Zen 2? Does it have any quirks? So the biggest thing is one we talked about earlier, which is that F-clock and memory is going to do more for you than just about anything else. CPU core overclocking, you get pretty stuck at 4344 on most of these chips. You could do per CCX and get a bit higher in some of them, but yeah, my biggest advice, honestly, is basically forget core overclocking. You kind of get stuck if you do it anyway.
I could see doing a little bit of CCX helping
Yes.
tiny bit, but it depends on what you're doing.
Yeah, a little bit. I would definitely start with the biggest gains, which is going to be F-clock. Just try 1900, see if it's stable with yours, and then try memory tuning. And once you're, and you could, if you look at the memory times, you're like, oh my god, I don't know what this means. That's fine. DRAM calculator for Ryzen memory calculator helps a lot with getting a baseline, and that'll give you a really good starting point, and you can go from there. So make sure you check the memory voltage. Some of these boards have a BIOS issue right now where they're setting memory voltage too low with XMP.
Really?
Yeah, we saw one where it was going to 1.2 instead of 1.35, and so then it just doesn't boot.
What happened there? Oh, yeah.
Does this break the warranty? So actually, a fun story about that. AMD's warranty, we have exited it because we've gone through like the overclocking options. But technically doing LN2 and just running boost as is does not void the warranty. So you can get a good overclock, in quotes there, out of it by running just with LN2 because of the temperature sensitivity. Okay, so 11.943.
Yeah, so we jumped up. It's quite crazy that we still are not at the same what we did at 4 gig.
That might be variance. That's pretty. Well, no, that's not variance.
That's not much of variance.
That's too far.
Yeah, so we're still not even at what we were at 4 gig with 3800 mem.
Yes.
That's just to show a little bit how the performance is. It's quite crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, so you've dropped F-clock and mem and from where our baseline was at 12,015 points.
Yeah.
But the frequency's higher on the core.
Yeah. So you're basically at you had that on there. Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. So I guess let's just keep on going with that.
Okay.
It's kind of funny that 4.4 does not be something at 4 gig.
So you're saying I can get a refund if I fry my processor? Literally, none of those words came out of my mouth. Why do people do that? Store order from Alistair in the UK. Thank you. Picked up a toolkit. Like I said, if you buy one of the autographed toolkits on the store during the streams today and tomorrow, Joe and I will both sign it. Now that we're actually getting this thing overclocked, maybe you'll feel like we've earned it more. Finally actually get some higher frequencies on there. I guess I should tweet out and say we're finally pushing it too. So we got one from Derek in California. Picked up a toolkit and one of the medium mod mats. Thank you for that. One of the 36 or 32 by 16. 32 by 16, yeah. Aaron from Pennsylvania. He'll be going up there soon for the Philadelphia
next
event.
week. No, I missed the Philadelphia.
Oh, did you? That already happened?
I had to cancel. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I was highly disappointed about it actually.
There's an overclocking event in Philadelphia. I guess.
Yeah, I used to have a sponsor. Well, Corsair used to sponsor it, but they kind of pulled out.
Oh, is that? That's where you got these things?
Yeah. That's actually from those events.
The Corsair.
Yep. Corsair
Elite Overclockers Club.
Look at that! Finally, at 4.5, we're almost to the point where we were with that.
Okay,
F-clock.
so it's 12.009 now.
Yeah.
And
40.35.
for the frequency, for FPS, 40.
Yeah, frequency is just 4.5.
And 2934, 1467.
Yeah, that's all the same. I'm not going to change that at all.
CL15,
keep the same.
4.5. Okay, so you had to go up 500 megahertz to regain what we lost from dropping F-clock. And if people you missed it earlier, the reason we're dropping F-clock is because, as I showed in a previous stream, lightly when I called you actually and asked, F-clock running higher doesn't really permit the colder temperatures.
No,
they don't play.
I tried a lot yesterday. I actually went down. That's probably why we had a dead board. I went from 1900, tried to see how cold I can get. I could only get to a minus 90, minus 95. And then it was the same all the way until I literally tried each one. And you got to figure every time it fails, I got to go torch this up for like 10 minutes to get it all the way up, heat it up again, and then go back. And boards don't like that if you do it too much. So, but it's all for you guys trying to figure out what's the best performance and stuff. So I do it for you guys. I like to kill stuff. Just saying.
Take that out of context.
Yep.
Upload the screen
I'm like a
cap,
Viking.
that one.
I'm a
Yeah.
Viking, so get over it. You gotta love it.
Pushing past 4.5, finally. The road to 5.0 gigahertz, only 3900X has begun.
Yeah, we're at minus 65 Celsius.
Nice. Just tweeting out to update everyone. All right, so store order from Aaron picked up the media mod mat as well, and did you pick up the brand new hoodie? Yeah, cool.
Nice.
That might be the first order of that. Fall lightweight pullover hoodie. Thank you.
You the man.
I think you got the first one.
I'm jealous. I don't even have one.
It's true.
What's up with that, Steve?
Campbell from Maryland picked up a toolkit as well. Thank you. On store.gamersnexus.net. And then Peter from Pennsylvania picked one up. All right, so what are you trying now? Are you at 4.6 or something?
Yeah, I just ran 4.6.
Let me keep track of all this.
Just computing.
Okay. So scoring is 12.060. That's higher.
Yeah, we're finally beating our 4 gig results.
40.52.
Everything 29.34, same as the other one. There you go.
29.34.
And then just 4.6 at the end.
Okay. Let's. So what settings? I guess let's get a close up on the MSI Command Center.
Yep.
I know you've probably shown it already, but
No, I keep it open. I'm not trying to really.
What are the? Can we walk through some of the setting options in here? Of what's
Yeah, it's pretty much.
exposed?
It's a lot. I mean, these are the main ones. So you have the CPU ratio, right? So I just said obviously 46.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So we have the CPU core voltage. We're at 1.5. I just set it high right now. I'm gonna try up to probably like 1.8.
Okay.
And then over
Let
here.
me ask that question too. 1.8. So I think obviously that's pretty high. You're running on air. You're probably in the 1.3s area.
Well,
You
you
might-
might. To be honest, I mean, a lot of these, even like on air, are running pretty high. You can
I
run
know.
like 1.4.
Yeah, well you can, but you
1.45.
should run like in the 1.3s for longevity if it's 24/7.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, you don't really want that high, but it also depends on your cooling too. I mean,
Right.
if you have some badass like cool water cooling, I mean, your setup's stellar. I would say you could push it a little bit more, but
Sure.
if you're like stock AIO, and yeah.
so, but 1.8 though, for what you're doing, where is there a point yet where you stop feeling comfortable with the volt? Like, where do you kind of go? This is too much.
I've personally pushed up to like 1.9. It's really the scaling effect, right? So if I need 1.5 to do, there's a random reboot.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday.
I don't know.
So we know it's not.
It's really like voltage scale.
Yeah.
It's
not the
weird
board
though.
of
It'll
the
boot
CPU.
right up. It's not like it's gonna fail. This is what I was dealing with yesterday, with just random reboots.
Yeah, all day.
The VRM is a little hot, but it's not that hot.
I mean, if you can touch the heatsink, it's not that hot.
Exactly. It's not like.
If it's like, because if it's 60, you'll pull your hand away pretty fast.
No, I think it's like chip dependent because, I mean, we had the same thing. Maybe it's the board.
They get godlike. You mean,
I don't remember.
specifically?
Maybe I don't remember that happening on the 3700X though.
Yeah,
I mean,
don't
I can
know.
look back on my old streams.
I
of the
was
3700.
successful with this for the most part on the master. I haven't really used the godlike, so I'm not sure.
Maybe it's just not enough voltage.
Let me get some scaling numbers. So going up to 4.6, all the same settings versus 4.5, we had an improvement of about 0.4%, and then so not a big one. And then 4.6 versus 4.4 was 943, 11943, a 1% improvement. So 4.4 gigahertz all core to 4.6 was 1% in time spy.
Yeah, the major. I mean, you can see it right just from there. It's just the major is the F clock.
It's F clock, yeah.
That's the key to performance. And if once AMD figures out how to get the cold, or if an overclocker figures out how to get around that cold issue, it's gonna fly.
What? I'm one crazy cow. Hey Steve, my new Poly anniversary shirt was delayed but then canceled. That shouldn't, there's no reason that would happen, but please email support@gamersnexus.net. I know you comment a lot on our stuff. Email and just say you spoke to Steve on stream and he said to make sure that your order is reinstated and sent. It shouldn't have been canceled on our end. Maybe it was a payment issue or something like that, parent processor issue. But send us an email and just tell them that I sent you, and he'll call me and ask, and then we'll make sure it gets sorted out for you. Let's see. So what are you running now? You're you have 4.7 yet?
4.7.
Okay, cool. 4.7.
Yeah, we're about minus 96 Celsius. So now is probably when I'm gonna bump up volts and stuff.
Bump up volts, you said?
Yeah, I don't want to fail too much.
Let me write down that.
I don't want to keep rebooting. The more you're rebooting, the more issues you're gonna have. So
how much of that, the issues that come up, how much of that is from the heating and cooling going on, like the thawing and water buildup is?
Well, that's what causes the issues,
Okay,
right? So
yeah.
if I have to like reboot and then I gotta heat it up again and
Yeah.
go through, that's what usually causes the issue. Because by heating it up, you're then causing more condensation because you're heating something that was really, really cold. So you'll see ice and everything. I mean, you can just look at the pot now and basically see it like ice is forming around.
Yeah.
I mean, and we have a heater underneath, so underneath
it's forming on the outside of the towel too.
I wonder if our issue has to do with the heater.
Being too hot or not working?
Yeah, maybe it's heating up the VRM a little bit, and maybe that's why.
Maybe.
It's a random reboot.
That reboot is acting like over temperature protection or over current protection, but it wasn't over current.
No, I don't even think it's
You might be
over.
right. You want to
Maybe
unplug it?
Maybe it's a yeah, but then it's gonna be iced up, and you really like this more.
That's true.
Like I, to be honest, we'll stay with it. I mean, a random reboot, as long as I don't have to heat up, it's fine. As long as it's not a CVB, right?
Uh-huh.
Or the cold boot bug, where
Yeah,
I have to heat up each time.
I guess just keep it cold then.
Yeah, do you want to do an update on this one? So this is 4.7.
Yeah, I wrote down all these. What's your voltage?
Same as before, 1.5. Oh, you didn't. I've just
Core.
been putting 1.5.
Core for 1.5 the whole time?
Yeah, 1.5 pretty much.
All the way up?
I think as soon as from 4 gigahertz, I was running 1.45.
Okay.
And now I'm running 1.5.
1.5. All right, got it. So you're at 12.1119, which is actually a pretty big jump.
4072, yeah.
Yep. Cool. Got it.
We could probably try 1.48. Let's see what 4.8 does.
Evocati Productions. Do you plan on testing the X470 with the 3950X? Would love to see your. Oh, I got yours. Sorry. RCALD 2000. Please enable slow mode and assign mod for spammers. We have mods. I didn't notify them of this stream, so I don't think anyone's in here right now. Where'd it go? Now 254, I think. Now 254, Norwegian 50 kroner or crowns, I guess. I have a GTX 1066 gigabyte with the 1800X. Oh, we got yours as well. Neotax, $2. 1700X at 3.9. Uplift to 3950X and multi for Maya and Nuke. Do you know what Nuke is, Andrew? I know what Maya is.
It's a VFX program.
FX program? So I'm actually not sure how Maya responds to core count. Have you ever looked into that, Andrew? Like, yeah, I haven't looked into Maya's behavior. I know with Blender for scene rendering and stuff, definitely 3950X will be a big jump. And Maya, though, I'm honestly not sure how the software works. Should I try running this?
I just finished.
Okay, just
Take
finished.
the stats.
12135. 12135. 40.77. And then everything else is the same except for it's at 4.8 now. Yeah, 1.5 still?
Everything's the same except for the
Frequency?
yeah.
Can I try 49?
Did you keep track of everything? Sure.
Yes. You changing voltage for this or leave it alone?
No, try it for now.
What's your target temperature?
Just over 100 should be fine.
Okay. As in like 101 area?
Yeah, it's not too much of an issue right now at 4.9. I'd say maybe if we were over like 5.1.
Okay.
It seems to be running pretty clean.
Is there an apply?
Just
right
hit apply,
here.
yeah.
Okay, got it.
And then just go, click on time spy and it should be all set up
Yeah.
and just run.
Are you pouring it all during the bench? Or is it not really?
You can just pour it just a little bit and then it's
So just get it down to minus 101 or so? How sensitive
Let's
is
see.
this one?
Need more than that.
Yeah. Well, I've been working with that GPU so much lately, and
Oh yeah, it's completely
Dude,
different.
if you pour this much in that EK pot, it plunges the temperature.
Oh yeah. Well, there's also not much load on that. It's a small die compared to like 2080 Ti or even like this 12 core.
Yeah. Right.
It's like a little baby die. So tiny. It's tiny.
It's a low power too, relatively.
That's right. We can't cut anything out, right? Subtle hint for next video.
All right. So there's. You're good on that.
What do we got? 12253.
Yes. You want me to? You want to?
No, I'm taking over now.
Sure.
We're under new ownership. What was the frame rate though?
41.17.
41 point what?
17.
Oh, 17.
5.0.
Oh, it's over here. Yeah, I'll let you do the 5 gigness.
Oh yeah, you can just copy paste all that.
Yeah. Oh well. Did you change voltage?
Nope.
Okay.
That was 4.9. It was an uplift, right? Yeah, 12.253 versus 12.135. That's a big jump. So here's Joe's thermocouple reader, and I don't know how well that'll show on camera. I gotta
Usually it goes pretty good.
gotta be able to see it myself too. But yeah, I'm just you instructed me keep it around minus.
Yeah, right there
101.
is fine.
Yeah, so I might not need to really pour during this one. At least not very much.
No, or just keep it over 100 a little bit. I don't know exactly what the limit is on this chip. I mean, once you, like, just one session on a chip is really not going to give you, like, max performance. I mean, it's nice and all, but when...
I was running this one. Oh, I should have done
That's
that one.
okay. It should be able to take more than that.
I was running this one before at minus 150 on the master,
Nice.
so it should do lower.
1, 2, 3, 9, 7.
Yeah,
And then
4165. So our jumps so far 12397 for.
was that 5 gig?
That was 5 gig.
Oh, nice.
12397 5 gig. Let's do a versus like 4.5. So what's 500 megahertz get us? 4.5 was that 12,009? Am I reading that right?
4.5 was 12,009.
So that's a 3% uplift for 500 megahertz in time SPI CPU specifically.
Yeah, I mean, most people are going to be like, well, that's just really small frames.
Yeah.
To be honest, that actually means a lot. You got to figure this bench is really maxed out with
Should I try Cinebench or is it going to
like
be?
an 18 core. So,
Will Cinebench behave differently?
Cinebench should run. Well, it might be a little bit hard. So minus 106 might not be enough. So I'd probably put minus 110.
Bring it lower?
Yeah, bring it. I always forget. You know how you're lowering the temp, but you're really it's raising.
Yes.
Like the number's going up,
Yeah,
but you're really lowering.
Yeah.
That always messes me up all the
Same
time.
thing. You don't want to go lower than that? I think it can take it. I don't know if it's necessary though.
The problem is you don't remember. Like I said before, you don't want to keep rebooting.
Yeah.
So let's just
Avoid a cold bug.
yeah, let's just try 110, see if it goes. I mean, it should just reset anyway.
Right. It might survive.
Yeah, you just need a little dash, a splash.
Shouldn't hold that by the handle.
There you go, done.
Okay.
3885.
3885.
So
okay.
that's
So let's start a new set of data down lower. Or you can just, I guess you could just do another tab over here and add Cinebench or something.
that's true, right?
Yeah, and I'll just rerun some of the
Oops.
originals. So 3885. Let me do, this is just R15, guys. So Cinebench R15, give us some multi-threaded numbers instead of just time SPI.
That was 5 gig, you said?
That was 5.
Yeah.
5 gigahertz. So I'm going to bring it down to 45.
What was the score?
3885. Let's bring it down to 45, so 4.5 gigahertz. Let's see what a 500 megahertz difference does there. So we're at about 4% for time SPI, I think, difference. There's 3 something, 4 something. And this one's 3521 at 4.5 if you go up higher, yeah. So then our percent difference is, what was it, 3885 minus 3521 divided by 3521. Percent improvement of 10%. So if you were like, wow, that wasn't a lot in time SPI, it was 3 to 4% improvement for that same gap. With Cinebench, it's about a 10% gap improvement.
Yep.
Which is just because it's using all the cores and it's not as latency. I mean, time SPI uses all the cores too, but it's not as latency sensitive, I think, as time SPI is.
It's
from memory.
It has to do with a lot of the scoring. Yeah, it's not. It's really not too sensitive with the CL, so
Yeah.
or latencies. But yeah, why don't you let's
Trade?
let me trade.
Okay.
So let me push some. I want to push more temp.
You're at 4.5 right now.
Well, let's put it back up to 5.
So So we're running 5 finally. Let's see what chat's saying.
We're gonna go up to 1.6.
This is all core. Yes, this is all core. Is it a better score than Threadripper? I think it might be. I'd have to look.
So I wish we could run that 1900 F clock. Could you imagine the score? Like seriously.
Especially in TimeSpy.
Yeah, TimeSpy would be kicking. So what do we want to do?
People asking why R15. There's a lot more data for R15. It's easier to compare.
I know. I get that question all the time. So I know R20 is is harder.
Yeah.
Or I wouldn't even say harder, but
It's just a longer bench.
it's a longer bench. But
But
there's
that doesn't really.
it just came out.
Yeah.
So R15's been around since
2015, I think,
I think earlier than that.
or earlier than that.
Is it 15?
Might be 14.
Maybe 14.
Might be 14.
I remember I've held that record several times. Like over the years.
Yeah.
Like I mean I remember I was benching X79 at 6 gig for that. I don't know. It was just old. All right, so 116, we're getting on to minus 120. I bumped the voltage up to 1.6.
What was Cinebench? 38,
85.
85.
Yeah, so we'll try 5.1. Okay, we're over. Should probably keep track of temps too.
Good point. Okay, just tweeting out an update on what we're hitting here.
Ooh, that was a nice jump.
Score, oh god.
39.63.
I accidentally clicked on the picture of Linus on
That
Twitter.
was scary.
That was terrifying. I look over, I look back, it was, oh god.
It was pretty bad, dude. No wonder that CPU just happened to fall on the pavement.
That's right.
It got scared of Linus. It's pretty funny.
3963, and that's at,
5.1.
okay, any other changes?
1.6 volt.
Okay. 3963.
Sometimes you'll see a little bit more efficiency on just like even a voltage change with R15 sometimes.
And then we haven't run this one. Okay, got it.
Yeah, do you want to do it? Let's do
Yeah,
time
sure.
spy.
Time spy, yeah. Get them back to back.
Yeah, because we're at minus, you want to put a temp just minus 130 right now?
Yes, let's do a time.
Just so you have some type of historical.
So this was minus 130, and then the previous one was like minus 110. Okay. Are you keeping it at the same temperature for time spy? Minus
Yeah, I'm
130?
just going to do
Okay.
I'm just keeping it at that.
Consistent. I got to catch up on super chats a bit again.
Yeah, I want to see, because we need to have this information for like time spy, so when we do the card tomorrow.
Oh, good point. Yeah.
We need to make sure like we're going to keep that CPU at minus whatever we find is like the max
Stable,
here. That's why
yeah.
I kind of just don't want to push it all the way cold real quick,
Yeah.
and then it fails, and then we have to, when you're doing
Yeah.
3D, when you're doing 2-pot management, it gets much more difficult.
Yeah.
So, which I don't think you've experienced yet.
No, not yet. Let's see. Vor Connoisseur, $5.
Oh,
Joe,
I actually ran this.
What's your usual arm routine? And then sends a flexing emoji. Steve, thanks for not doing open mouth soy face thumbnails like Kyle. I fought Andrew on that before this video. I said I'm not doing that. And great job on the 5700 XT conversions. Thank you. Appreciate that someone watches it. What did you have an arm routine you wanted to share? I thought that's what it would be.
You lift in liquid nitrogen tanks. That's basically what it is. Just lift them up, carry them from the garage over.
Well, you said you used to walk up 3 flights of stairs with them.
I used to take 3 of those. When I was benching really competitively, I used to go. I lived in an apartment that was 3 floors up,
Yeah.
and I used to bring those filled. I used to get 3 of them and bring them up pretty much every other day. So that's pretty much how you got the guns.
So you're minus 130 still?
Yeah.
Doug Smith says, what's your, oh, we got yours. Or opinion on the impact. Actually, we didn't get the specific one. Doug Smith was asking, what's our opinion on the Crosshair 8 impact? Is it worth the price? We talked about it a bit earlier. Overclockers really like that board.
Well, it's because of the real big thing about that board is it's, to be honest, it's compact. But the way the VRM is designed and just where the way the memory layout is what really makes that a overclockable motherboard, right? It's really, really made for it. So
Right.
Surprised you don't see any frequency records on it yet. Or maybe there was, and then
Yeah.
because Top PC
they're
always
only-
busts his butt on this board.
Yes,
So.
that's definitely true.
Which is good. To do that too on a 4-DIMM board is pretty impressive.
12427, so it's an improvement still.
I remember.
You did Cinebench, and that was 3963, so we got
Yeah, that was the same one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we can just jump up to 5.2.
5.2, okay. Super chats. Steady Shadow, $3. Would it help if you lower the humidity in the room? Not really here, we're fine. Humidity's like 46% in here right now.
It's hard to really get under 40, to be honest. Like you can get but you'd have to. So many people always ask me about like using a dehumidifier, right? And what not many people realize is that it takes a lot of heat to do that. Number one, so you have a lot of electricity, a lot of heat, and it really. This is a big open space, so the bigger the space, the harder it is to remove it all.
Yes.
To be honest, even if you brought a dehumidifier in here, you probably wouldn't.
You would need multiple of them.
Yeah,
for
you would need a
room.
lot of them. I mean, it's pretty difficult. You have to be in a smaller space. I used to do it all the time, and it does help. But it depends on
you're
your
in Florida too, which is a little worse than here for humidity.
No, it's actually way worse. It's the highest on average in all of the United States.
I believe it.
That's it. No,
ours is pretty high, but it's not like Florida. So
no, like Gulf High is like stupid. To be honest, when I first started overclocking, I would kill boards and stuff, and
you didn't know why, right?
And I was like, why? How are people able to bench for hours? I'm like, I can't do that. And I started like studying and researching humidity, and like I was like, oh my gosh, I had no idea. I mean, it really. I mean, Taiwan's the same too. I mean, you see how humid it is there.
Yeah, same thing.
Taiwan's like the distant cousin of Florida.
Yes.
It's weird.
Same
Asian
weather.
Florida.
Yeah. In the convention center. I remember this wasn't a humidity issue as much, but just a condensation issue. So where G-Skill sets up its overclocking competition in the convention center in Taiwan, in Taipei, the
AC unit.
The AC unit has a big duct running right over where Vince was standing, Kingpin was standing, and it drips water onto the board from like 100 feet up.
It's so funny too because like those are like the harshest conditions. Other than being like outside,
right? Yeah.
Like, it was funny though. Like when the Asus guys were doing liquid helium outside.
Oh, okay.
In Taiwan one year, and I was like, dude, I'm glad I'm not part of that.
Yeah.
Because dude, it was so bad. They were miserable.
The humidity would make it very difficult to overclock.
Oh, especially when you're going that much even colder than that.
Well, it's like liquid helium is like 4 Kelvin or something.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but the thing is you also have to have most people say, okay, let's just put liquid helium on it. It doesn't work like that. Number one, you got to have the components that could do that. So, like, even like say you were to take a 9900K.
There you go. I wonder if it got down to minus 140 there, though. That might have been a CBB, I don't know.
No, if it's CBB, it will do that 8B.
Oh, okay.
No, see? It
just the random reboot.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't been able to figure out what it is. We've seen that for the past couple days. I'm wondering if it's the heater. Should we just take off the heater?
We can try that, yeah.
I think
there's a lot of Vaseline on there, so. Dirk Fisher, $10. Or as a master with 9900K at 5 gigahertz, my VID is idle up to 1.435 and go down 0.1 volts under load. Any idea what I can do for to lower the idle VIDs? I'm not 100% sure how accurate the idle readings are. I don't know. I never really feel great about those, but you could use a voltage offset instead of a fixed voltage. So if you didn't, I don't think you didn't say if you're using auto for V-core for our last score.
Was it 5.1 or 5.2?
It was 5.1 was the last one we recorded.
Okay,
I think you were trying 5.2.
Was that 1.6? Yeah.
Yeah. Right, so if you're not setting a V-core and it's going to auto, well, I guess that would, it would help. But I'm guessing you're setting a V-core. You could try an offset though, instead of a fixed V-core, and then that would allow it to increase based on the load level and where the baseline is. So if baseline's lower because it's not doing anything, it's not offsetting to as high of a value as a fixed number would be, because you got to set the fixed number to be stable all the time. I don't know if that answers your question. There's not a ton of information there. Super chats are limited, I know, but hopefully that gives you a starting point. You could check with a load line calibration as well, maybe lower that or change that.
A little trick too with load line is that You can set the higher voltage, but when it runs a load, it will go lower. So you can, you go a higher voltage. Your set will be what you set. So you can kind of play around with that and check your temps. So it's just something to try to check around it. And because it depends on what motherboard you're using. Damn it, I forgot about that. I forgot to do the custom.
Oh, it's running everything. Yeah.
No, but yeah, what was I going to say? You can play around with that to reduce temps. So, because on load, you can basically reduce the temp by setting a higher voltage, and then it basically goes down.
Right.
So, but you might want to also lower your initial clocks. So if you're setting like 4.4, maybe go down to 4.3, and then play around a little bit. That's where you could probably get boost up a little bit better.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways you can do it.
One Black Ice One, $5. Is it possible to fit a 60 mil rad and a 25 thickness fan in the side chamber of the new O11 Dynamic XL? We have one out here. I can measure it. I'm not sure. Oh, that's a heavy case. Let me pull it into shot and I'll measure it for you.
I think Steve needs to do more Allen too, so he can start carrying cases.
That's backwards.
Arm routine.
Yeah.
Arm routine.
There's a ruler. Ruler.
I wonder if the heater was the issue the whole time.
That
makes
seems
sense.
reasonable.
Because it could be a certain component that doesn't like too much heat. I've seen that before, like on like an MOCF. It just didn't like it.
So the question was, will it fit 85 millimeters in the side? Obviously, the best solution would be to email the Enly support, but I'll do my best.
All right, so we ran 5.2. Since you're slacking over there, Steve.
Yeah.
Am I in your way?
What's that?
No, I think I'm in your way. His way. Trying to do your historical reporting here.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
So the backside has a little under 3 centimeters of clearance. Patrick probably measured this in his review. Actually, it might be a little over, depending on how you measure clearance. Let's call it 3 to 3.5 centimeters. I think it's like I'm getting 3.5, but I'm not sure exactly where the panel sits when it's resting. So let's split the difference, call that 3.25 maybe. And then this side. Well, this side we need to measure. So I guess the answer is no, you can't fit it in just the back chamber. But, because I think you were asking for a pretty big setup, 85. You could put the 25 mil fans on the rear side of that chamber. Those would fit. Pretty damn sure those will fit in the back side. And then you put the radiator on the front side. And you shove the screws through the metal, and that'll get it where you want. It'll stick out quite a bit into the glass, but I think it'll fit. I'm not going to guarantee it. Email Leon Lee if you really want to make sure. But I mean, I just sat here and measured it, and you've got about 30 to 35 mil of space on the back side. Is this the XL? Yes, this is the XL. Just making sure. Oh, you've got actually more than that now that I'm looking at it this way. Is this? Yes, centimeters. Let's see. Sorry, I was wrong on that. I was looking at it from a bad angle, and now that I'm straight on, I can see it way better. The answer is still no. It is actually way more space than I thought, though. So, correction, I was off by quite a bit. It's 3 centimeters to the bevel down. So there's this like chamfered edge on the cable management bar, and it comes down. It's 3 centimeters to that, and then it's about 4.6 to the edge of the cable management bar. So that would be your absolute max, but that's still not going to fit a 60 mil. So yeah, random reboot.
No, I rebooted.
Oh, that's good.
I hit some weird issue. I might have hit CBB because now I got a torch. Let me turn off this.
Yeah, to finish off this question, put the fans in the back, radiator in the front. It'll stick out, but it'll fit that way, I think. But those are the correct readings.
Turn these off.
Yeah. Joe doesn't like safety. So, frequency, where are we? We were at 5.2?
5.2. I was trying to push the temp a little bit. We were at minus 150. Something just weird happened.
Okay, and you logged it already?
Yeah, I logged it.
Okay.
This is the problem. It takes forever.
Cinebench, we were at 4031 earlier for that 5.2 result, right? Yep. That's the newest? Okay, 4031. So, let's see, next super chat is from David Rowe, 199. Have to love that chat is teaching a pro overclocker from when they were saying earlier, like what you should be doing.
What was that?
When chat was correcting you on something, I don't remember. It wasn't actually correct.
Oh, it's when they were
something about like voltage or I don't know. I forget.
Slackers.
Rena, I think. Rena. I need to like go listen how to say that properly. I like to play around in UE4 and VR. I have a 3900X and Radeon 7. The GPU is bottlenecking. Is your mic on?
Mute.
Oh, it's mute? Okay. GPU is bottlenecking. What would be better? Water cool the GPU for extra performance or get a 5700 XT and water cool that one? You said your GPU is Radeon 7. 5700 XT is pretty close to the Radeon 7 in some games. I don't know the UE4 performance. Radeon 7, the biggest advantage is that you've got a lot of memory on it. And with all that memory, if you're doing like, if you're in UE4, it makes me wonder what other workloads you might be interacting with in game development or making videos or whatever you're doing that could leverage that higher memory capacity. So Radeon 7 might give you an advantage there in capacity, whereas 5700 XT, in terms of just straight performance, they're not too different in a lot of games. They're pretty similar, actually, especially considering the price delta. But Radeon 7 was ahead in some, but often tighter behind. To answer the question, would it be better to water cool a GPU for extra performance or get 5700 XT and water cool that? It feels like a linear move, except you're losing VRAM. So I also understand, though, that you don't want to overcommit resources and buy water cooling for a card that's basically EOL. I can definitely get that. You don't have to do water cooling, but I'm leaning towards Radeon 7. Stick with it because you already have it, and figure out a cooling solution for it. That's my answer. Anything in normal chat? What's chat saying? How do we purchase the toolkit? It's very easy. There's a link in the description below. You can also go to store.gamersnexus.net. I think it's one of the first items in the first row there. And that's it. Then you click buy. Yep. Pretty straightforward, really. Make a tutorial video on it. Thank you for your interest, though. If you buy a signed one, like I said, during the stream, or today or tomorrow, Joe and I will be signing toolkits. So if you buy the autographed ones, we'll both sign it instead of just me. Ship it out to you right away, Monday or Tuesday, after we sign everything. And then there's a question here. Where is it? Let's see. Where'd it go?
What's the question?
I lost it. Oh, here. It was about why are you torching it? So,
try to heat it up.
Yeah, two questions about it. One, is he trying to glaze the pot for more surface area?
No, not that time. Basically, what happens is, for some reason, it's very hard with these chips to, say you were to power off, so like a cold boot, it basically, we have to heat up to like minus 15 or sometimes 0, depending on the processor. So we got to go, we were at minus 150, so I had to heat up all the way to minus 15. And that wasn't really to glaze the pot, but I do that sometimes.
Yeah, with GPU it helps a lot, like with the KP cards. So you get kind of a light glaze on it, and you can even see it. It is evaporating pretty fast right now.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, because I just did
it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's because usually I glaze it, but I knew like we were probably going to run into this issue.
Uh-huh.
So that's why I only did it that time. Because if you keep doing that and doing that, you're going to end up getting, remember yesterday?
Yeah.
There was a huge ice block in there yesterday from playing around. But now it's actually much better. We can go quicker and stuff like that.
Right.
I think I hit it actually cold bug on the last one at about minus 150, 155. So that's why I had to heat it up all the way.
Right, yeah.
It's called a CBB, cold boot bus.
Is the mod mat ideal for building a PC size-wise? Well, it depends on the size of your desk, I guess. If you can fit it, the larger one. I mean, I made this product first for me, so I wanted it, and then we sold it from there. But what I wanted was 4 feet by 2 feet, because that was the size about of the old set table. It was a little bigger, but sorry, it's freedom units off the top of my head, but 4 by 2. There's a smaller one that we cut down the size by about 50%. I think it's still over here. And if 4 by 2 fits on your table, though, the reason I like it is just because it protects the table primarily, which was my main concern. So I worked pretty hard on the table we had set up, stained it and everything. There's the smaller one just for size comparison. This one's pretty beat up because I've used the hell out of it. But yeah, smaller one. And is it ideal for building a PC? Well, you could fit the case and all the components on 4 by 2. So 100% for sure, yes. I think it's the right size for that. This smaller one's really good for GPU disassembly, product disassembly, stuff like that. You build a computer on it, of course, but it's a lot less space.
I'm surprised nobody's asked the question, can I use it as a mouse pad?
Oh yeah, that is a common question.
Yeah, if you ever watch my streams, basically I use it as a mouse pad all the time.
Yeah, we're using it here too, but
random reboot.
We don't really recommend it as a mouse pad, but if you're okay with a grittier surface, it's fine.
Yeah, it really isn't that
it's
bad.
It's not meant to be a mouse pad, but it does work. Is it possible to buy the toolkit with euros instead of dollars? I think it just processes in USD. I'm not sure. Steve, do you need anything CNC machined? We might. I don't know. We need some blocks, some not water cooling blocks, but I need a copper block made for something. So maybe. I haven't looked into it yet, though. All right. Did you get past 5.2 yet?
No, I'm just kind of testing. I wanted to test to make sure the heater, we still getting random reboots, so I'm just going to enable the heater. So I was just testing a couple things. I'm going to try to bring it cold now because I think temperature is going to be a big issue. So.
Are you signing live or after? We'll sign after. It would be a very boring live stream.
Yeah.
Otherwise.
You don't want to see me cursing you out at signing everything.
Yeah.
No, not really, but.
Maybe they do. I don't know. They might pay extra for that.
Yeah.
It's like instead of a personalized signature, it's a personalized FEO.
Personalized. Exactly right. That's perfect. All right, so let's go back 1.65. And then.
Let's see. RP 71284. We're about an hour back. Let me catch up on these super chats. Best way to overclock my beard: air, water, or LN2?
LN2, of course, buddy.
LN2.
LN2.
Tech Booze 40. Hey, Slack and Tech Jesus. Ritwick from India.
What's going on, broski?
Thanks for the support. Appreciate it. You got your shout out. Woodsy 5. Thank you. When you tested the 5700 XT, did you experience video TDR failure? I'm on my new build. Is it a driver issue? I think I did on the press drivers before it came out. But then
Did you say there was a lot of driver issues?
There were a lot. But I haven't seen that one since the driver updates. I did see that one, though, 100%.
Oh, that's what I wanted to do.
Catawalks, $2. Joe. Carsey says hi. Thanks for the
Carsey.
comment.
What's up, broski?
You know Carsey?
Yeah, it's Karchi.
Karchi? I like how you just copied what I said.
Yeah, I know, you kind of...
you knew how to say it better.
It's been a while since I've talked to him.
John Doe, 100 rubles,
Yeah.
I think, Karchi.
Yeah, I think so. I don't remember
Steve Moscow is watching. Have a nice stream. Thank you. It's always good to see you in chat as well. It burns when internet protocol. It burns when IP. It's been a stream or two since I've seen one of your super chats. It burns. Yeah.
It has been. I haven't heard that one in a while.
It's pretty good, right?
I remember the last one.
It burns when IP, internet protocol. Speaking of memory timing, when are you guys going to do the RAM timings video that started a while ago? It's basically done. I need to push some people to try and get answers on. I was trying to get it peer reviewed for accuracy by people in the industry, but I was having trouble getting answers, so I don't know. Maybe we'll just publish it if we think it's good. Joe Gray, $2. RAM won't set to CL17, just ignores it. Thoughts? Ignores it. Have you ever had RAM just ignore memory timings?
Like usually when that gear ratio.
Gear ratio?
Or,
gear down?
Yeah, with the gear down.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
That's when it usually
Yeah.
ignores. So if you don't set that, and that depends on the board too, where you set it. Like.
Yeah, gear down ratio would be
Yeah.
one to check. That's a good point. Where was that in that BIOS? Do you remember? Advanced or something?
Yeah, it's in advanced. I mean, we put it up there. It's in like advanced. You got to go to AMD overclocking, and then you got to go through the. It's kind of a thing, yeah.
Yeah.
You need like a whole.
Sorry.
Thanks, Steve.
I didn't want to hear you talk anymore. So
Yeah, I figured that.
I started throwing stuff.
Not the first time. All right, we're gonna keep it at 140. See what we can do here.
140.
Yeah, and I'm a little nervous to take it cold because I don't want to heat it up again. Like 150 seems to be the.
Get this case out of here before I trip over it again. Let's see, what's the next question? Adam Schumann Sr. Put an ice cube in the pot. That's a meme from our channel. People wanted me to put an ice cube in a loop a long time ago to chill the water. Like one ice cube.
That was Adam, wasn't it?
That was Adam.
Slacker. He's one of my Patreons.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I should mention that too. If you're watching, you haven't subscribed to Joe, go subscribe to him. Bearded Hardware, he should be linked in the description below.
Yeah, I have you can get shirts at my store, beardedhardware.com.
Yeah.
And we just hung.
Nice.
Yeah, minus 150 seems to be a little iffy.
So it doesn't like 150.
Yeah.
And Joe's, last time we checked before the stream started, you were almost at 10,000 subscribers.
Yeah, I don't even know what I am now.
Yeah, Joe's
Probably almost at 10,000.
Yeah. Well, he's been overclocking a long time, but only just started doing YouTube a little more seriously. So go subscribe to check the
Subscribe.
OC,
Maybe join Patreon. I have a Discord I set up.
OC live streams you do.
Oh, I do a lot of OC live streams. Guides are coming soon. Just working out through my editing stuff and
Guides?
yeah.
OC guides?
Yeah,
Nice.
OC guides. Basically kind of what you're doing here, but just more organized.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Joe Canadian. Max overclock of RAM, question mark. 570
Yeah, it's cold again.
Corsair Vengeance Pro 3200. Should I go to 3400 or 3600?
You should try for 3600.
Yeah, set 1.35 volts.
Just because it's rated at 3200 doesn't mean you cannot overclock at 3600. To be honest, like I don't know if you guys how long you've been watching the stream. If you're new here, I do the G-Skill overclocking tournaments. I'm a judge for it. We help bin memory. We actually test all bins. We don't just go for like the big bins. We test all of them because you never know. You can find a diamond in the rough, if you know what I mean. So basically, trying to go from a 3200 to a 3600 is highly likely that you'll be able to do it. Am I on mute? No, I'm not. What? Say what?
What, Andrew?
Nothing. You can mute.
All right, whatever.
If you were currently muted, so you can both be muted.
Oh, because he was
okay.
about to. Okay.
That makes sense. But yeah, I would try to go for 30. Well, I'd try to go for 3600.
Next one. Jim Hurley. I like seeing the real world issues. Don't mind the prep mess up. Well, yeah, I'm glad to hear that it was entertaining for you. It is real world. You get to see more of what it's actually like instead of the like more choreographed. We've already figured it all out and we just stepped through it. So you get to see all the trouble along the way and then stuff like that. I can't read this next name, I'm sorry. KRZYCHUMZ. $5, thank you. Hey man, I just built a dream rig. What can I get out of a 3700X with 3600 2x8 G-Skill Neo on an Asus Prime after I custom water cool it? So again, you might do like 4344 or something. It's the memory. You should try on the memory and the F-clock. Try to do 1900 F-clock. Not every chip can do it, but the ones we've worked with can.
Well, I think it's more of a board issue than anything.
Like, or unless you're still going to keep going.
I'm talking to you. Yeah, I'm going to keep going.
I think it's more of a board issue.
Yeah.
So, F-clock, try that, and then...
just make sure your memory is the same. So you want a 1-to-1 relationship or ratio. If you're looking at CPU-Z, basically... You'll see, like, you open up CPU-Z and say 1900 will be for MEM, and you'll see 1900 for... But obviously, you always double it up, so it's actually 3800.
Right.
That's just how it works.
And then play around with the timings as well. Ryzen memory calculator will help you with that.
Yeah, what's nice too is you can actually drop the CLs. So if you have a decent mem, you can bump up the voltage. It depends if you're benching, you need to set max mem, which would give you the accessible memory towards the operating system. You can limit that to maybe like 4 gig, and you can actually push it higher. But for a daily system, you obviously want RAM, so you don't necessarily want to do that. So you got to kind of find that happy medium. But so when you get to when you're doing the F clock, but you want to start dropping your CLs, because the CLs will actually give you more performance too. So we didn't really test that here because we want to kind of show some stuff.
Get started, yeah. Martin Bachman just put 3900X in 3 Mark Hall of Fame 10 minutes ago. Now watching. Nice. What'd you get though? You gotta tell us what you got. Nick Mosley, my girlfriend says she likes your hair. That's gotta be your beard she's talking about.
No, it's your hair.
No, I'm pretty sure.
She's probably comparing.
Where were we? Cal.
Am I on mute still? No.
Joe, what are you doing over there?
Breaking stuff.
Yeah, watch the video.
Might have to cut that.
Yeah,
oh, we can't cut that.
Yeah.
All right, that's really good.
Cal Frizzell, SEK 50. You guys inspired me to slightly overclock my RAM. That's awesome. Thanks,
Only
fellas.
slightly?
I don't blame anyone.
No, it's good though.
Yeah, I definitely don't blame you. Steve, grow a beard already. No thanks. But
I agree. Like, hurry up, Steve.
maybe we should do like the inverse of a charity. Like, you know how they do the charities where it's you shave your head and it's like if you hit a certain dollar amount or whatever?
Yeah.
Should do like the inverse where it's you hit a certain dollar amount for charity and I grow a beard. It's like the opposite. You do that.
Well, you know, it's like,
Give
what,
you a run
isn't
for your money.
Isn't it? You got a long ways to go, bro. You got a long ways to go. No, but it's like no shave November, right?
Yeah. No thanks. I'll pass.
It's not like you shave anyway. Like he's got baby beard going
That's
here.
true.
So funny. Just let it grow. Use some oils.
Michael Pritchard, do your beard prep video. You got to do that.
Oh, I know. I really actually do need to do that.
I can't say you need to do it. Like
I need to do it. Yeah.
Like it's some
no, it have to.
Government contract.
No, I have to. No, actually, I am planning on it. It's going to be kind of a funny video. So I'm just trying to figure out the layout of how. I want to do it. And like where you want to do it. It's not exactly the easiest part to do in certain. I don't know. I was kind of try to do it in like a bathroom, but then it just gets a little weird, and then
it's definitely
yeah, it's a little awkward, and then the lighting's off, and then like
Yeah.
you're looking in the mirror, like I don't know. I'm still trying to work out.
You're gonna end up being one of those like makeup channels or something.
Yeah,
except
definitely.
beard care. You'll end up with 1 million subscribers overnight. Michael Pritchard, $10. Thank you. No message. Evocati Productions. With help from Shimino, we crafted a tool to boot with per CCX. Hit me up on Discord if you want. Works great. No need to install. Evocati Productions. That's the avatar. So works with Shimino, boots with per CCX overclocking.
Yeah, it's per CCX, but
yeah,
to be honest, it's not for what we're doing here. But that'd be cool for like 32M and stuff.
Yeah, a lot of people are interested in that.
Oh yeah. No, I actually wanted to do a stream basically doing like Super Pi 32M, and then that's what would really benefit the most from that.
Right.
Because you couldn't do it on 30.
It's like every time you look away.
I'll stop looking away. Yeah, it really is. It's weird.
Jay Murray, Logan Gardner said the 9900K is dead in the water and that it's not a 5-year-old CPU. I'll pay so you know it wasn't my opinion worth it. Oh, that's the person who said it earlier. I didn't even see your name next to that. I just saw the message. But yeah, that's noted. Thank you.
Don't worry, we don't think that bad of you.
No. Hey, what did you say to me earlier? I don't care what you say. I like you. So what they say, I mean.
Oh, I don't care what they say about you.
Yeah.
You're still pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's the best.
Cool. $5. Hey guys, hope you're doing well. I just got the Gigabyte 2070 Super and I'm having to RMA it. Ouch, because of artifacting. Good card, but a shame.
It's bad
That
memory,
sucks.
it seems.
Yeah, that's still happening, I guess.
Well, he replace paste? You'd be surprised how many times, like, when you see those cards and it's actually a bad paste job.
Really?
Yeah. To be honest, it's been an ongoing issue for years.
Kind of surprised that the artifacting thing is still going on. It was really really prevalent when they first came out with that series.
With the RTX, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I never really got to test. Well, I have an RTX now, but or not just a KP one. But
right.
I was holding off on buying one until Vince came out one, and Vince took forever, obviously.
Yeah, well, they were really trying to refine it.
Yeah, which is better because
good.
then you come out with a better product.
Yeah, for sure.
All right,
Chaos County Custom Computers. I'll let you talk through what you're doing in a second. Love when you dudes work together. Awesome content, guys. I'm working with the 2920X on ice lately. Nice. Is 3600 megahertz still recommended for OC on that platform? For the memory, I guess. I haven't overclocked really Threadripper 2000 at all.
I have to be honest, I haven't touched Threadripper, so I can't really tell you.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I've gotten a lot of requests to, and I just haven't done it. I know people want to give me CPUs to test, but I just haven't. Because I know it's really going to be about motherboard more than anything, and
that
how
too,
solid it is. So.
I know that we were running 32 for testing for reviews, but I don't think we ever ran higher. So sorry, I wish I could give you a better answer. FJ5, holy crap! LTT forward to the rescue. I managed to get my bricked motherboard to boot. Nice, that's good to hear. Mr. Thor, 100 at OK. Do you have specs on the 2080 Ti Super? No, I don't.
There is no.
I haven't even heard that it exists.
No, I doubt there's going to be one.
Thinking about upgrading my Strix 11 1080 Ti. But I don't find the current performance gain on the 2080 Ti worth it on the regular one. Performance gain's not going to be that much more on the partner models either. Oh, you mean versus the Super, right? No, I don't. I am not under any NDAs for it. I haven't heard anything about it officially. I haven't heard anything about it unofficially except for some rumors that I'm not sure how valid they are at this point.
There's always a lot of rumors out there, and you can't believe everything you hear.
Yeah, a lot of them are BS. Some of them are good, but...
Don't believe the hype.
All right, so we're kind of caught up. We're only an hour behind on Super Chats now. What are you trying for frequency? 5.3?
I'm going to run 5.2 at 140.
Okay.
It seemed like the 140 to 150 area, I was getting some weird issues. So I'm trying to...
So for reference, to catch everyone up, if you missed it, we've run successfully at 5.2 on Cinebench and TimeSpy CPU. Cinebench, we're at 4031 points at 5.2. F-clock here is 1467. We have to drive it down for cold reasons. And then...
yeah, otherwise we'd be benching at minus 90.
Oh, yeah. So 4031, that's up from 3521 at 4.5, just for point of reference. It's a 15% improvement from 45 to 52x. So 5.2 versus 45, 4.5.
Use one of these, get more accurate.
And then TimeSpy 12580. Up from, at 45, it was at 12,009. So percent gain there is only 4.8%. And did that run successfully complete?
It's 5.2 though.
Okay.
I'm doing 5.3 right
A little
now.
lower, but that's fine.
And we hung.
Yeah. So it's not like in cold or what? Water?
Kind of. Something's weird.
What if you stick to minus 130?
That's probably what I'm going to have to do because it's like hitting like a cold bug. I could push the
well, I told you I was getting crashes at minus 150, and that was a different LN2 pot, different thermocouple, different reader.
Yeah,
so
which could be similar.
I'm thinking we're at the same temperature.
Yeah. That's pretty typical actually, and I got a torch.
Gonna torch it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to try probably a higher SoC though.
Okay.
I've seen where that helps.
VC Jester said, Joe, we miss you on Discord.
Yeah, that's my Patreon.
Oh,
What's
nice.
up, Slacker? Slackers? Don't worry, I'll be on there later.
Big Al 268. Hey Joe, if still looking for a 3900X, I'll trade mine for a 3800X. The 3900X is probably overkill for me anyway. Do you have a 3800X you want to trade that guy for a 39? That's a bad deal for the dude, but...
I have a 3700X.
Okay.
I don't even have a 3800X.
Damn.
But that 3700X is special because Steve dropped it.
Yeah.
That makes it worth
like, less.
No, more. Because, I mean, come on. You're famous.
I did, yeah. I did manually unbend the pins.
That's true. He did a very good job of that.
Yeah. Very proud of it.
I wish I could have done that, but mine was so garbled up that, like, pins started falling out.
There is no hope for yours. Yeah. Got another one from Let's see. Fantastic. Please put Gamers Nexus tater tots on the store. We'll look into it post haste.
You gotta love the top.
Faff about $8. $8 to out my order. Out my order. Oh, even out my order. Okay, sorry, I missed a word. Looking forward to the new hoodie and mod mat. Thanks, Aaron from Pennsylvania. Thank you, Aaron from Pennsylvania. I really appreciate it. And
It's like the first one, wasn't it?
I think that might have been the first hoodie order. Yeah, no, there's a new hoodie on the store. It's a lightweight hoodie. It's back here, but lightweight fall hoodie, just traditional, original Gamers Nexus logo. Andrew, did you do this back design? Did I commission that from you? Think so. So before Andrew was officially employed and I was contracting him for some logo work, I'm sure, do you look at, did you do Blender for this, or were you using like, it was Blender? Oh, cool. So Andrew does a lot of the designs in Blender, which is 3D software, and then flattens it out and makes it work pretty well so that it's software that I guess you're really familiar with and can work with quickly and executes. The mod mat also was made in 3D software.
Yeah, he did some cool jobs.
Yeah.
Some of the stuff up there, like the old shirts, he's done a pretty badass job.
Yes, all of those.
Still waiting for mine.
All of
Just
those.
like my toolkit.
And Andrew did the foil one I'm wearing too.
Yeah.
So anyway,
that one's awesome.
Yes, this
one of my
one
favorites,
is in
yeah.
production now. Should be shipping to
You
us.
gonna make a sweatshirt of it?
I don't think so. I think we're just
Too
doing.
difficult.
Yeah, it's also, then it starts getting expensive. Cost gets a lot higher. Sweatshirts are expensive for us.
Well, of course. They're expensive for everybody, I think.
Yeah.
Let's go. Yeah, because I got to do sweatshirts next week.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm a big sweatshirt fan. And it's getting
Nice.
to that time when you're like up north, it gets cooler.
Oh, I thought you were going to say it's getting to that time in Florida
No, not Florida.
in September.
No.
Where it's only 90
we have like a
degrees.
couple weeks where you can wear sweatshirts. It's kind of funny.
Palaz, Sandy Bridge E i7 versus Ryzen 1 for single-threaded server. I wish.
Are we really on Sandy Bridge E? Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, Sandy Bridge E versus Ryzen 1. I'm sure you can get them for good prices for both, but it's these questions that I'm always like disappointed in my ability to answer because I really can't. I don't do anything with really server for the most part, and I especially don't do anything with single-threaded server. So I don't even know where to begin on answering that. I'm sorry. I'm not going to BS and make up some answer because it might be wrong. So you'll just have to research it. Wish I could help you better, but I am not at all informed on like single-threaded server performance, specifically between Ryzen 1 and Sandy Bridge E. I'd have to look it up just like you. EH Live Fin, $2. You should ask the Stilts for help. You gotta ask the Stilt?
Yeah, he's actually.
Is he an Asus guy or is he
No.
just
He's an AMD guy, but he's been around for years.
Okay.
I don't think I've ever met him. To be
I know
honest.
he's done the like OC profiles for boards.
Yeah.
Like
No,
the
he's been
memory
working
profiles.
He used to do There's some utilities. I think on Bulldozer that he did. I know he did I remember when I stopped overclocking maybe for like a year or two, and I came back and I did a bunch of AMD stuff. So there was a competition that we were doing like 32M, and to be honest, it was really fun. But he had it. There was he made something happen. I can't remember exactly what it is. It's been a long time. That was like 2013 or something like that. And but he improved the performance for 32M, so that's what kicked off the competition. Okay. So, but yeah, very well known AMD overclocker. I don't know if he works for AMD now or is just like a sponsored guy that always works with them. So, but
Yeah,
very
sure.
good AMD guy. I agree. I probably met him and just don't realize it.
Casey Threadgill, would switching from a 240 to a 360 open loop, AO to open loop, CPU kit make it worthwhile reduction in idle temperatures in reference to the question of the high idle? BIOS is all default. If that's your only goal, I don't think you need to worry about idle temperature that much, as long as it's under control. It's load temperature you need to worry about because that's where it'll spike like crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of strange that everybody's so worried about idle temps because I guess they're so used to it. But
I think also you're used to seeing lower numbers too, but would it help? Yes. Would it reduce the temperature? Yes, if you keep similar fans at least. Is it worth it? that's a lot of money to spend specifically to lower idle temperature, so I'm going to lean no. But if you have another goal in mind...
But you possibly use it for your next build, though.
That's
so
true.
Something that you could upgrade.
Yeah, that's true. You could keep it... yeah, if you buy something that's good enough where you're like, you retire this build and you're the kind of person who will disassemble it and pull parts for the new one, then yeah, that's a good point. Joseph Geisner. Joe, nice shirt. Wish I had one.
I owe him a shirt.
Oh,
Hi, Joe. Good dude. He likes to bust my balls all the time. I think he just, even though when I do send him a shirt, he's going to end up doing it anyway. It's going to be like, where's my
keep
shirt?
doing it,
yeah.
Oh, we're almost caught up on super chats. That's nice. Sormus. Does Bearded Hardware recommend?
I don't recommend any other products.
I
really want to come up with my own. It's just I've been so slammed with so many
did you see the
things.
question already?
Yeah.
I was expecting it to end in like, does Bearded Hardware recommend any specific LN2 pots or memory kits?
Beard care, bro.
Beard care products.
It will be part of that video I do on beard care.
De Jones. Hey Steve, how are you? I'm doing well, thank you. Built my first custom water-cooled rig with 3900X at stock. Got 7222, 500 CV20 scores. I'm satisfied. 16, 16, 16, 36 RAM. What was the 3900X at stock? Yeah, that's a pretty good setup. You might be able to push the memory a little more, but or F-clock, but yeah, no, that sounds good.
Yeah, these do F-clock.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to even really push the RAM. You just push F-clock, and then you basically make sure the DDR is
1-to-1.
1-to-1,
Yeah.
and right there, that's the simplest approach to get a ton of, like, well, not ton, but you get your best performance you can get.
Yeah, it can be a good amount.
Yeah.
Front Seat Racing, great show, thank you. The Jones, my RAM speed was 3600, 32 gigabyte kit, Trident Z Royal. That's a lot of RAM and very good frequency, so you know that seems fine to me. Actually mediocre overclocking. Did you ever get into Magic the Gathering? Yes. I helped a friend run his card shop for a long time, and probably from when I was like, I don't know, it was probably like 12 when I started playing Magic. I haven't really played in the last couple of years, but if
He's too cool for that now.
If I had the time, I would. I still love it. Really got into it.
I don't think I ever played that.
I played competitively for a little while at local tournaments and stuff. Never did anything more than that. Actually, the lawyer I work with for GN is he used to do pro tours, like
really,
like pro competitive Magic tournaments.
That's a 5.3 issue.
5.3.
Yeah, but I think we're running out of. Remember I told you about scale?
Yes.
So I set up to 1.67, and that was not well. It's coming back as a cold issue.
Magic plane lawyer.
I wonder if our pace is. Something's not right. Should we break down?
Yeah, do you want to try and repaste it, or do you want to break down and then set up for tomorrow? It's been about...
I mean, 5.2, 5.3 is
4
probably going
hours?
to be realistic with this chip.
4 hours. What are you at now, 5.2?
5.2 can run all the time.
Can't get 5.3.
5.3 is just a little issue-y. I mean, if I pump the volts, I could probably get it. But remember I say voltage scale, right? So we needed 1.6 for the other one, but now to get up there higher, I'm needing a lot more voltage.
Yeah.
So that means the voltage scale is passing, so that means...
So you have to slam the voltage to try and get 5.3?
Yeah.
Like,
that's why I wouldn't recommend it, because you want to keep this chip.
Yeah.
I don't think it would hurt it, but it's just...
Well, how high do you have to go, you think? 1.8?
We could try 1.7 on the next one, or maybe 1.75.
I'm okay with trying 1.7.
Okay, and then we'll heat up.
Because I already did that on it, so... yeah, let's stop at maybe 1.7 or so, though. Spilled liquid nitrogen on the board. It's fine. It doesn't... It evaporates pretty much instantly, and then the board's got...
oh no, there's liquid nitrogen on the board?
And then there's Vaseline all over it anyway, too, so... It's all good.
Beard hair, too.
Yeah,
Sorry,
that too. That's definitely worse. I mean, you look at, like... It pretty much just evaporates right away when you spill it on any surface.
Oh, I thought you were talking about your hair.
No. So you just kind of think of that on a board. It's going to do the same thing, but and it's got Vaseline anyway. Hugh Wan says thank you to your guest who came in. Yes, thank you, Joe.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Sam has a good question for you. Have you tried this? He says, would 2-to-1 be okay for LN2? Because if your Infinity Fabric is low, surely you could overcome that penalty by running 4266 plus MEM and leaving IF low. What do you think?
I actually tested that yesterday. Oh, here.
Oh, unmute.
Let me unmute for that one. Yeah, so I tested that yesterday. To compensate it, you'd have to be up in like the 5 gig range and pretty tight, and it's not easy. So what I'm showing you is a lot easier. You're gonna have to have like extremely good RAM. You'll have to have a combination of CPU and a proper board to be able to even try to do it. And even when you do, it still doesn't meet up the performance as you're basically.
There's a lot of stuff that needs to align.
Yeah, it sucks, to be honest. Like to get that high of memory and stuff is very difficult. To try to run that daily is not even. Even for overclocking, it still doesn't match. So, but yeah.
I thought that was water, but it's actually just frozen. It's just ice.
Yeah.
Looks like water.
I don't know why I just did that.
Yeah, you just torched the pot.
Yeah, I got
distracted.
You're not gonna wait.
Add a SEK50. Here, have some Swedish money. Thank you. Jimmy Cakes 12. $2. Loving the show. Thank you. I think, how close are we to the... Oh, we're almost at the bottom of the super chats. Let me go through these. I love like getting through the list of them so we can...
Steve's so happy.
But yeah, because it's like... I
know.
don't want to leave people hanging forever. So, Shantanu Shah. You helped me build my first PC ever in 2011, 2012. Just want to say thank you.
How cool is that?
Keep up the good work. That is cool. I'll be happy to show you around if you ever come down to Mumbai. Yeah, 2011, 2012... I'm curious if I helped you on our forum, another forum, or if you mean just reading an article, because I was actually really active in forums helping people at that time before I realized that forums are just like so filled with everybody wants to prove they're better than you all the time.
Oh man.
So it's like you
Those
recommend
forum days, man, we all were there.
Yeah, like you recommend a part to someone and someone else jumps in.
Be like, no, it sucks.
Yeah.
You're like, what?
Yeah, you're like, but it doesn't though.
Yeah.
But that's awesome. Thank you. Are you gonna try and warm it up, or what's the plan?
Yeah, I didn't want to bother you with your
No, you're fine.
torch.
No, it's fine. You can just, I'll read through them. Renee. It's pronounced with a hard R rolling. Renee. There you go, Joe. There's the pronunciation. It's a hard R.
Is it Renee?
Renee. William French, thank you. 1999-20. Okay, that's all they said was 20. PJ10. Thanks for all the info. You helped me build my first 4 PCs this year. Quick question, have you had luck tightening the timings on 4 RAM sticks, like 32 gigabyte Samsung B-Die?
That's a good question. I wanted to...
You want me to do it?
Yeah, I'm not... So, yeah, I actually haven't tested 4 DIMMs, to be honest, so I can't really give you too much info, but prepare for a stream on it when I get another chip.
I have done a little bit, but we don't...
It's usually harder.
It is hard. Yeah. It is more difficult. We don't
to
really
be
push
honest,
them that hard.
To do 1900 with 3800, 4 DIMMs, that might be something special. Seriously, because you're getting more memory.
Yeah.
You're getting that performance from the Infinity Fabric, and then if you tighten your RAM properly, it might be...
Good setup.
Yeah.
Catawalks. I'm donating to the Beards for Taters charity. No Shave November seems like a good plan.
Sounds like an awesome
Beards
charity.
For Taters. Sounds like one you should start.
Yeah, right?
I don't know what the charity would be.
Me? No. I'm always looking for charity. Remember, I'm a homeless guy if I didn't do that.
Oh, that's right. That's what Vince...
APAC? That was APAC.
8-pack.
8
Yeah.
sacks. I mean, 8-pack.
8-pack from Overclockers UK.
Ian.
In a video I did with Joe, 8-pack, Vince, and others. It's called Extreme Overclockers Reply to Mean Comments, I think.
That's the one. Yep.
And he said, let's be honest, Joe would be homeless on the streets if he weren't doing this.
He's just mad. I used to beat him all the time. He's a good dude.
Couple more to read. It's like maybe 12 to get through. Roger Kaiser. I'm thinking about replacing my 8700K with a 3800X. Good stream, very informative. Glad to hear that. 8700K is still really good. Depending on what you're doing, that doesn't feel like a massive jump to me. If you're only gaming, then I guess I would say probably don't bother. But if you're doing other stuff, that's thread intensive. You get a bit more there. Cache might help in some workloads.
No, dude, it's time to shut down.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, it's just not having fun. So we're gonna tear down.
Okay, let's explain why. I'll let you take that one. I'll put that one too back in.
All right, so basically we're gonna tear down. When the setup's doing like freaky things, like right now I just cold bugged at minus 80. Shouldn't be doing that. So when you start having random stuff happen, so you don't kill your stuff, it's time to break down and heat up. Otherwise, it's just basically telling you that there's a problem. So instead of trying to push it and kill Steve's chip, because he's very sensitive about this chip. So we want to, no, we just truthfully don't want to kill this chip or the board because we already went through one. So no reason to go through two. Feels good, by the way, no problem. I actually used to do that all the time. Like I have buddies that work with that liquid nitrogen, but as soon as it touches them, they freak out.
Oh yeah.
Like Sophos from he used to be for Gigabyte.
Yeah,
right?
I know. Yeah.
I used to get him on his back all the time. He'd freak out, like running and stuff. It's kind of funny.
Don't do it at home though, but it is pretty safe.
You can splash.
Just don't do it at home.
You can possibly burn somebody, so you want to be careful.
Or yourself.
Yeah.
Or die.
I mean, if it's Steve, nobody cares. But
That's true.
All right, I'm gonna torch it up now. So.
Okay. Oh, got a little aggressive there on the pour. So yeah, Joe's breaking the system down just to protect the parts, and you'd be surprised how much water this stuff can take if you don't push it repeatedly. So we'll break that down and then do more streaming with that tomorrow, but I'm going to go through the rest of the super chats, some of the store shoutouts. Like I said, if you buy a toolkit from the store today, tomorrow, during the streams, or just today and tomorrow, store.gamersnexus.net, you can grab a toolkit. Joe and I will both be signing them this time. If you buy one of the autographed ones, he and I will, this is another one, I just picked up the same one with some missing tools, but he and I will be taking turns going through all of them, and you'll get both signatures on the signed toolkits if you pick them up on the store during the streams. It's built for GPU disassembly, so if you ever need to take one apart to repaste or do new thermal pads, like on the MSI card, whatever, you'll be good for that. And it's also just high quality tools that should last a long time. That's really the goal with them, is long service life. Also, we put a lot of work into QCing them and stuff too. Okay, so let me read one of those store orders. Oh yeah, we've also got that lightweight hoodie that I just added too. It's brand new fall hoodie with the GN logo. If you like a lighter weight pullover. So got a store order from Steven from Wyoming. First order I've seen from there today. Picked up a lightweight Raglan hoodie, two-tone, and the teal anniversary logo shirt. Got one from Steve in Virginia. Picked up a toolkit. Thank you. That's two in a row. Fall lightweight pullover hoodie. Thank you. From Diamantis in Norway. Thank you. It's always cool to see distant places. There you go, Joe. Got David from Florida. Do you know David? I just assume you all know each other in Florida.
It's funny, I know where he is though.
That's.
It's not far. Really?
Joe's like, I know where you live.
I know where you live. No, it's cool though.
So you got.
Yeah, I want to kind of do some like meet and greets down there or something.
Yeah. I mean, if you do it with like.
I know there's at least 15, 20 people that would totally do that, like in the area. That
I was gonna say too, like if you can partner with maybe like a gaming cafe or whatever, and.
Oh, remember I was talking about that one bar slash.
Well, I'm wondering if they'd let you maybe bring in a doer and do some.
Yeah.
They'll
let me do whatever I want.
Yeah.
We were just coming up with ideas on what to do.
That'd be a cool, yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking about doing, is doing like a small event near me. So.
That'd be sweet.
Yeah. So anybody from the Tampa area or within a couple hours, if you want to stay tuned. I mean, subscribe to my channel and stuff. And
yes.
I'm probably on mute. Yep, I am on mute.
Oh man.
So
Joe was saying he wants to do maybe a meetup in the Tampa area, potentially with LN2 overclocking. But subscribe to his channel, catch news on that, all that stuff, and the links in the description below for Bearded Hardware. Mikhail from Finland did an order for toolkit as well. Thank you. Let me do like 2 more of these and then get back to super chats. Like I said, can't hit all the orders, but I'll try. Adam, same Adam as earlier, from Alabama, picked up a lightweight pullover hoodie. Thank you, Adam, and also thank you for always participating in the
surprised you didn't
chat.
put a note.
It's always great to see you in the chat and stuff too. Okay, let's get through. So at this point, I'll update the text. Let's remove that reading all super chats. I'm going to read all the super chats up till the last one that was sent. Don't send any more from this point on, like 5:05 p.m. Eastern. I'm not going to read it, just so we can kind of start closing out. So let's see. I got that one. Kustawin, we'll stop there. $2 to catch one of fire.
What?
I don't know.
Hold on.
I think it's a bet that one of us will catch fire or something.
I've caught in fire before.
Cotton.
$2 to cotton.
Cotton.
Catched.
Not an improvement. That is true. You're telling
Remember
me
we were talking about this? Yeah.
Joe is.
Yeah, it's all downhill from here.
Joe's the flame on guy.
Yeah. I've literally had fireballs in my hands before.
Yes, it sounded great.
Yeah. I wish I got video of it, but to be honest, I really don't feel like trying to remake that.
No, you don't want to do that again?
No.
Why?
Because I almost burnt the beard.
Like how that's the reason.
Yeah.
I'm going to publish the new video, by the way. It's the prep video of Joe and I working together to get all this sorted.
It's a great video.
It's actually pretty funny.
Yeah.
Especially once you hit around the 6-minute mark, there's a bunch of really good, punchy stuff. So
it's a little bit different, I guess, but it's really good.
I'm going to go through the rest of the super chats here. I'm going to paste this in chat. Go ahead and open that in a new tab and watch it once we're closed out here. And you'll get to see us screwing around, setting up the bench. There's some technical information in there. There's some funny stuff. That was a lot of fun, though, that video. Next one is Chris Ellington, $1, no message, thank you. Supervillain, 321, $5. Do you guys still have Mail 2 open? I sent you a book like a year ago. We probably do. Oh, do we still have Mail to open? Sorry. We've opened most of it at this point, so it may have already been opened. But I did want to go through some on a stream because we have some other mail. That's a lot of water in there.
Yeah. That's from heating up from minus 150 all the way to.
All right.
That's why you really don't want to.
But Supervillain, I'll double check though after this and see if we've opened that one. We probably have though. Liquid Rider, $5. Come 2020, who do you predict will come out on top, Intel or AMD?
Me.
Let's get out for that question.
Yes.
I don't know. It'll depend on what Intel does. AMD's kind of in the secure position right now, which is different.
I think it's going to be interesting. I don't know if anybody could predict, but we don't know. Like, Intel hasn't really showed cards.
No.
And that's what I'm really interested to see.
I don't know if that's because they don't have any.
Yeah.
Or because they're trying to play it close to the vest, I guess.
I mean, they still have some stuff, but it's just nothing new. So you have the 9900, was it
KS?
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of a lame.
It really is kind
launch.
of lame, to be honest. Like, it's kind of disappointing from the Intel side to hear that.
Thomas Dunkley, $10. Steve, if you were driving down the road at 55 miles per hour, how many flapjacks does it take to reshingle your roof? It's like the best physics class question I've ever seen. I'm going to go with 7. Sound right to you?
42.
How'd you get 42?
No idea.
I got 7.
I don't know.
42.
I'm better.
42.
I overclocked.
Is that how you argued with teachers on grading too?
Yes.
Like, how'd you come to this answer? And you're like, I'm better.
Yeah.
And then they just like cower and
it's like
give you an A.
With the math question, right? But how did you get to that question? And you had to write it out.
Yeah.
You're like, I did it in my head. I actually had that. I had that problem with a teacher. They're like, well, you still have to write it down. I was like, what the hell's the point of me writing it down when I can just do it in my head?
Yeah, and now look at you. You're a famous overclocker.
Yeah. Now I can tell like the multiplier of 43 is 4.3 gig. Yeah.
That's pretty good math.
Based upon 100.
You moved the decimal. That's really good.
Special.
Let's see. Catawalks. How does Andrew like the new Blender 2.8 UI?
Very good.
Very good. Any further thoughts?
Everyone should download it.
Everyone should download it. Yeah.
There you
go. Michael Hayes, where can I get DRAM calculator for Intel-based systems? I've been using Ryzen for my Intel systems, just ignoring the Ryzen settings and figures. I mean, that sounds reasonable, really.
There's a lot of people who use it, and you know what? I personally have never really used it. So
we tried it. It doesn't really do anything for you. It just tells you.
It tells you what you could probably do, right?
Yeah. It's a good starting point if you're completely overwhelmed by memory, which is fair.
Yeah, I guess not. Me, I'm the type of person that I'll just go and play around with it and figure it out. But it obviously takes a lot of time for that.
Yes.
And if you're in a rush and you kind of want to
just use the system.
Yeah.
probably recommend doing it that.
Pete, a great guy, $5. I understand why the liquid nitrogen, but why the blowtorch for us utter noobs? Thanks, love your channel. Thank you. So we explained it a bit earlier, but you might have come in after that. Do you want to walk through that again briefly? The torch?
Well, we're going super cold, right? So we have to maintain temperatures. So the way we combat the cold is with heat. So a lot of the times you'll have what we call the cold bug, which is you will hear us say CB. So cold bug, that's what that is. What will happen, say, for this system, around minus 150 to minus 160, it would basically just freeze up. And what that does is basically makes it completely useless. So we try to stay underneath that temperature. So when we get close to that temperature, we can actually heat up the pot, because when you're splashing on load, if you have too much liquid nitrogen in a pot, or like it's on load, you got to combat that. So when it comes off load, all of a sudden the temperature is going to basically go down a lot colder because the pot is trying to adjust for that. So what you do is you can torch it to heat up the temperature. So another thing is when you do a CBB, so when you do a cold boot on here, it's called a CBB, cold boot bug. On this board, particular chip and board, what I've seen, I don't know if it's just board dependent because I've only really tested a couple boards, but I have to heat up to anywhere from minus 5 Celsius to minus 15 Celsius to be able to bring the machine alive again. So that's what's called a cold boot bug. So.
Yes.
But we use the torch to be able to go between that.
And those will happen at different temperatures or different CPUs.
Yeah, and it's different between different architectures, right? So like 9900K, for instance, cold boot CBB is usually around minus 130, depending on the board again. And you can bench them pretty much full pot. You obviously have to do some research and find different settings to get that per CPU.
Overclock.net's got some good guides too, if you want to read. Like, there's is it Overclock.net? There's a couple of sites.
Yeah, I think I've helped out with a couple articles that are over there.
Yeah.
So
like on the forums especially, there's really good guides to get you started.
Yeah. And then you can also check out my channel too.
Yes.
I'll be doing
Linked
a bunch of different stuff, and the link's below. So Bearded Hardware, beardedhardware.com, Patreon, shirts.
I'm just tweeting out the link to the new video.
Beard hair. Lying, I don't sell beard hair.
You don't?
No. I give it free. To be honest, it's everywhere. My girl yells at me saying basically I have...
Clean it up.
Like I find her hair everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think my beard hair is getting longer than her hair now. So. It's pretty funny.
Cal Frizzell, 50. Tell me you're going to use all the donations for beer. No, I will not be. I'll be using them for...
For beer or beard?
Beer. For beer, yeah. The Human Germ, $5 for daily OC with, say, a 360 AO. We only have 4 left. What's it say? 3900X voltage. All the guides are based on stock cooling. That's odd, but they're based on that. I know that, is it the Stilts? Yes. Yeah, this, I want to say the Stilt. I think he's got some really descriptive information on assumed safe voltages, but it's in like the 1.3 something range.
It's hard to
Allegedly.
say safe voltages because even if he says it, that
it's like a trick question though, because no one really knows. Like you have a good idea, but you don't. Yeah.
The main thing is that you want to try to keep the temperature, your load temperatures down. That's basically if to give any advice on anything in any platform is just keep your load temperatures down. You want to keep them within reason, and you should be fine.
Yeah, don't push like 90s.
Yeah, and if you go to RMA, just don't tell them you did 1.65 volts. Pro tip.
Yeah, pro tip.
I've actually heard people do that.
I'd
be like, what did you expect?
Yeah. Joe, get some beads and start plaiting that beard from Bearded Psycho. That's a good name.
That is a good name.
It's Psycho, or Sicko maybe pronounced. S-I-K-O.
So now I need to put stuff in my beard?
I guess so.
Well, for Christmas, I'll probably do some ornaments.
I'm sure you find food in there anyway.
I'm actually... Dude, I save it for later, man.
Street Guru, $2. Ryzen RAM OC when? Does 5,000 to 6,000 megahertz scale the IF? Infinity Fabric.
Well, technically, 5 to 6,000 doesn't work very well. It's that one-to-one relationship that is really key. I mean, you're basically changing to a 2-to-1 automatically when you do that. So basically, your performance is going downhill.
Yeah.
Which is a shame. That's why it's kind of like 5 to 6K is... There might be, like... a point of return. I'm gonna have to do that on my channel on a separate, just to figure it out, because I have a lot of good mem, and It really depends on the memory you're using, the timings you're using, but what it really comes down to is the IF around 3800 and 1900, or sorry, 1900 and them at 3800 are really the key parts that you need to be at. So
the last two here, Rock Life, $10. Just bought a hoodie and t-shirt from your store. I love the channel. Can't wait to have the shirt and hoodie. Thank you. They'll be shipping out pretty much immediately. JDM Turbo Outlaw. Is an LN2 GPU pot worth it? If you're going to use liquid nitrogen, then an LN2 pot is worth it because you're going to have trouble otherwise.
Yeah, and to be honest, it's really fun. If you want to get into liquid nitrogen and you like GPUs, like I started my first, well, I guess it's not. First real enjoyment of overclocking, like I actually did some CPU stuff. I mean, it was fun. It was exciting, but where my real love was with the GPUs.
I definitely prefer working on the GPUs, personally.
And if you really like that, if you like to do FutureMark stuff and like go through there, like I highly suggest it because you can put the CPU on an AIO or put it on water cooling.
Especially with like Port Royal, if you're running RTX.
That's why Port Royal is so good. You know?
Just GPU only.
Yeah.
So that's all the super chats. Not doing any more. I'll read 2 store orders. Not going to hit all of them today, but Philip from Texas picked up a toolkit as well. Thank you, Philip from Texas. Awesome. And Nori. We see Nori around a lot.
Yeah, Nori's my best friend.
Yeah, that's right. Picked up a toolkit and a components poster, so thank you, Nori. All right, so that's going to be the stream. Thank you all for watching. And I'll post the new video in the chat. Go check that out. That's us setting all this stuff up before we broke stuff. So basically everything in that video, it's like it was hours of work and then it was all for nothing.
Pretty much.
So, but there's a lot of funny points in that video, so check it out.
Oh, it's hilarious.
Yeah.
You gotta love it.
And I think that's gonna be it. So
and make sure you subscribe and like my channel and
subscribe
all that
to Joe.
stuff. And yeah.
Link in the description if you want that.
Yeah, Bearded Hardware.
Thanks for watching. We'll see you all next time.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Oh yeah. Tomorrow.
Yes.
Tomorrow at 1 p.m. No. Tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern time. 1 p.m. Eastern time. GPU and CPU at the same time. Okay. Goodbye.